Diarmid orta hiarna den all nefa corfuin. Kan sinna stúr in arganifra, agus neart a grasta of run oring. Kan need the hort kan creaca on a score ocha hosofer ar nila vrihir, agus ar nila ganif fasta, agus gur triasa creach no for to Christ our dearna. Direct we beseech thee, O Lord, our actions by thy holy inspirations, and carry them on by thy gracious assistance, that every word and work of ours may always begin from thee, and by thee be happily ended. Through Christ our Lord. Amen. Now can I call on the Minister for Finance and for Public Expenditure and Reform, Minister Paschal Donoghue, to make his budget statement. Minister, you have 1 hour.
Thank you, Ceann Comhairle. Today I present my second budget to this House and to the Irish people as Minister for Finance and Public Expenditure and Reform. And a decade on from the financial and economic crisis that wrought havoc with the lives and aspirations of so many of our citizens, I can report that our economy is again growing strongly and sustainably. A record number of people have jobs, and many of our citizens who left in the wake of the economic crisis are returning home. Our public finances are balanced. The policies pursued by this government and its predecessor have facilitated this. This has enabled us to invest record levels of funding into our key public services, including health and education. The shared progress that we have made is real. However, the risks and the challenges that we now face are equally real. We are working hard to deliver enough housing to provide secure and affordable homes for all of our people. Brexit, the outcome of which is still unclear, edges closer each day. Increasing trade barriers are raising the spectre of protectionism, and the international tax landscape is changing rapidly. For these reasons, we must continue to maintain a broad and stable tax base, ensure that our spending is efficient and sustainable, and that our economy is as resilient in bad times as it is dynamic in good times. So I will run a budgetary policy that will see a budget balanced and will be designed on the basis of what is right for the economy at each stage of our economic cycle. So at this point, I want to acknowledge the input of all colleagues in government in preparing this budget, and of course the constructive engagement of the main opposition party in the context of the Confidence and Supply Agreement. The budget I am setting out to the House today will further develop the strength and the resilience of our economy. We will manage our public finances responsibly. We will provide significant additional capital investment to enhance the growth potential of our economy and to improve the quality of life for our people. We will protect the most vulnerable in our society and promote real and sustainable increases in living standards for all. And of course, we will prepare the economy for the many challenges of Brexit, the best preparation for which is responsible budgetary policy. Brexit, Ceann Comhairle, is the political, economic and diplomatic challenge of our generation. The government has been clear on our objectives, robust in our negotiations and thorough in our planning. We will remain at the heart of the European Union and open to the world. We will protect our hard-won peace. We will implement responsible but ambitious policies for the future of our country. So the most important next step is to conclude the negotiations on the withdrawal agreement, including the backstop to ensure no hard border in Ireland, and the political declaration on the future relationship between the EU and the UK. Once that is concluded, the transition period will be in place until the end of 2020, and negotiations on the future relationship can move ahead. And of course, in these negotiations, we acknowledge our unique shared past. We acknowledge our social, our economic and cultural links. So this is why Ireland will press for the closest possible relationship across the UK. Across the government, the necessary measures to prepare for Brexit are being put in place. Those plans are based on a central case that there will be agreement in the coming weeks. However, the possibility of a no-deal Brexit has influenced decisions we have made regarding our finances, balancing our books, and investing in our capital infrastructure. So in addition to this, further decisions that I will outline later today include the launch of a human capital initiative worth €300 million, the launch of a future growth loan scheme for SMEs and the agricultural and food sector, the provision of over €110 million for Brexit measures across many government departments, and increasing funding for the Peace Programme. As we look forward to 2019, this budget will help to ensure that Ireland is in the best possible position to respond to the challenges and indeed even some opportunities that Brexit will bring. We face the year of Brexit with a balanced budget, more people at work than ever before, and a strong platform for future growth. So I can confirm to the House that our economy is growing at a healthy pace. Gross domestic product growth of 7.5% is now forecast for this year, an upward revision of nearly 2% relative to our forecasts in the April Stability Programme update, supported by stronger than expected growth in the first half of this year. For next year, gross domestic product is forecast to increase by 4.2%. Domestic demand has increased by 6% in the first half of the year, and with exports increasing by just under 9%, our growth is broadly based and supported by many sectors. We now have record employment. There are over 380,000 more people at work today than there were at the low point of 2011, and the rate of unemployment is now at its lowest level in a decade. So these policies are working. And reflecting this broad-based recovery, tax revenues are largely in line with forecasts for this year, with 37 billion collected to the end of September, an annual increase of 5.2%. We expect to meet our target of €55.1 billion by the end of the year. However, as a small, open economy, we are disproportionately impacted by changes in the international economy. And indeed, historically, our economic performance has been less stable than other small, open economies in the European Union. So in the future, our ability to withstand economic shocks needs to be stronger. It needs to be rebuilt. And this is why I am establishing a rainy day fund to increase the state's resilience to larger economic shocks. The fund will be capitalised with €1.5 billion from the Ireland Strategic Investment Fund and supplemented with an annual contribution of €500 million from the Exchequer starting in 2019. Some of the historically high levels of corporation tax will be set aside for the purpose of capitalising the fund. Due to the strength of our economy, our public finances have improved. While the summer economic statement forecast a headline deficit of 0.2% for this year and 0.1% in 2019, the progress we have made means that we will reduce our deficit to 0.1% in 2018. And building on this progress, I am pleased to announce that next year I will balance the budget for the first time since 2007. It is my intention to run surpluses into the future if the economy continues to perform well, and use them in turn to reduce our national debt. So we will continue to be careful in the management of our public finances. And the need for this was set out in a recent report by my departments, which showed that our public debt level amounts to €42,000 for every person resident in the state. This is one of the highest in the developed world. We will continue to reduce our national debt as a percentage of our national income. Having stood at 111% of gross national income in 2017, this is forecast to reduce further to 105% in 2018 and 101% in 2019. So within this framework, we have scope to increase expenditure for next year. Total voted expenditure in 2019 will be €66.5 billion. This amounts to €13,571 for every person living in Ireland. Next year, I am allocating €59.2 billion to current expenditure, a 4% increase. This will be seen in every classroom, in every hospital, and in every Garda station across our country. The quality services and jobs that are supported through this investment are a vital part of what makes our country function each day. This government will continue to incrementally improve the delivery of public services. The public demands this, and we will deliver. Importantly, the increase in current expenditure I am committing to today is lower than the rate of economic growth forecast for next year. This is consistent with my view that current expenditure growth shouldn't exceed growth in national income. In addition, the 20% increase in current expenditure between 2014 and 2019 is lower than the 57% increase between 2004 and 2009, a comparable point in the economic cycle. This underlines my commitment to responsible management of the expenditure and our public finances. But this now allows me to allocate an additional €1.4 billion for our schools, our universities, our public transport and other important infrastructure projects in 2019, bringing total expenditure on capital next year to €7.3 billion. This is an increase of 24% and means that investment next year will be 3.5% of our national income, compared to an EU average in recent years of 2.7% of gross domestic product. So this should place Ireland in the top 10 European countries for this level of public investment in this area. We, Ceann Comhairle, are crucially making this significant domestic investment at a time of external uncertainty. when now the impacts and consequences of Brexit are unclear. The government has made the clear national choice in Project Ireland 2040 to prioritise increases in capital spending to address the infrastructural deficits that emerged during the recession. Project Ireland 2040 foresees population growth of 1 million people, supported by massive planned investment in our national infrastructure. This means we will build more houses, more hospitals, more schools. We will climate-proof our economy and invest in our energy and communications networks. Added to this, the Dublin Airport Authority is investing €320 million to enhance capacity at Dublin Airport, and €587 million will be invested in the ports of Dublin, Cork and Shannon-Foynes to enhance our national and our international connectivity. Crucially, Project Ireland 2040 also includes a comprehensive programme of investment in cross-border and all-island projects of huge significance in protecting and growing prosperity in the border region. I believe the steps we are taking will benefit our country for years to come. In the summer economic statement, I stated that €3.4 billion of additional resources were available for 2019. Of this, €2.6 billion has been pre-committed to expenditure measures, leaving €800 million to be allocated. To enhance these resources, I am raising additional revenues in the order of €700 million. This will allow us to spend €66.5 billion in total in 2019. Of this, €59.2 billion will go to current expenditure and €7.3 billion funding in capital, and I'm introducing a personal tax package worth €291 million in 2019. I am allocating a total of €2.3 billion to the housing programme for next year. When added to the additional €93 million in local authority funding for housing next year, this represents an increase of over €470 million, or 26% on 2018. This means that over 4 years to the end of 2019, €6.6 billion will have been provided to accelerate the delivery of housing supports. This funding reflects our determination to do more to rise to the challenge of providing shelter and homes for our people. I acknowledge that where we find ourselves today is not where we want to be. There is much work to be done to reduce the level of homelessness, to find permanent solutions for those in temporary and emergency accommodation, and to improve affordability for those on low to middle incomes. However, from a point where house building was close to a virtual standstill a number of years ago, the government has made and is continuing to make progress. In the last 12 months, 5,000 households have exited homelessness. The housing needs of over 25,000 of our people will be met this year alone. By the end of 2018, over 70,000 housing solutions will have been delivered under the Rebuilding Ireland programme. Of these, just under 12,000 will be delivered through building, over 5,000 through acquisitions, and 3,600 through leasing. A further 49,700 have been delivered through the Housing Assistance Payment and the Rental Accommodation Scheme. More new homes will be provided this year than in any year in the past decade. To support a continued increase in supply, the Land Development Agency, the LDA, has been established to better coordinate state lands for regeneration and development. The Government has already identified a number of sites through which the LDA can deliver approximately 3,000 homes, and we are in discussions with various state bodies in relation to land that can deliver a further 7,000 homes. I am allocating €1.25 billion for the delivery of 10,000 new social homes in 2019. These will be delivered through a combination of construction, of acquisition, of leasing, and will bring to 30,700 the number of new social housing homes provided under Rebuilding Ireland since 2016. I am also allocating an extra €121 million for the housing assistance payment in 2019 to provide for an additional 16,760 tenancies next year. This support is providing a critical exit mechanism for families and individuals in emergency accommodation or at a risk of homelessness. Recognising the challenges of our citizens faced with homelessness, I am allocating €60 million extra in capital funding for this year, much of which will fund additional emergency accommodation so that no one has to sleep rough this winter, and for additional family hubs. Added to this, €30 million is being provided next year for homelessness services, bringing the total allocation for such supports to €146 million in 2019. The affordability of housing, of course, remains a priority, and I continue to work with my colleagues in government and in the main opposition party on this matter. We've established a €100 million service site fund to support local authorities in bringing forward lands for subsidised, more affordable housing. I intend to increase this level to €310 million over 3 years. In 2019 alone, I am increasing the planned funding from €20 million to €89 million, which will bring the planned investment to over €100 million next year. This will facilitate the delivery of around 6,000 affordable homes over the lifetime of the fund. The infrastructural funding available per subsidised home is also being increased from €40,000 up to a maximum of €50,000, supporting the delivery of homes at up to 40% below market pricing. Funding for these first sites will be announced later this month. Income eligibility limits of €50,000 for a single applicant and €75,000 for dual applicant households will apply, and these will be kept under regular review to ensure they remain appropriate. In the rental sector, I am bringing forward the full removal of the restriction and the amount of interest that may be deducted by landlords in respect of loans used to purchase, improve or repair their residential property. The rate was due to be 100% by 2021, but will now be effective from the 1st of January next year. I announced the review of the local property tax earlier this year, together with a broad consultation process. I understand that future changes in property value have caused concern about future liabilities, particularly amongst vulnerable members of our society. So I want to restate my commitment that any future changes will be moderate and affordable, and the review group's report will be published in due course. The human need for social and affordable housing is as important as the need for quality healthcare, and the modern country requires healthcare services that are easy to access and that respond to the needs of all people. Spending on our health service is already at record levels. In 2017, OECD data placed Ireland 5th in terms of spend per capita amongst the EU 28. During my tenure as Minister for Public Expenditure and Reform, I have made the resourcing of healthcare a key priority. This year, I will allocate an additional €700 million by way of a supplementary estimate, bringing the total additional 2018 investment to €1.2 billion. I am announcing a further increase of €1.05 billion in health funding for next year. This brings the health budget to €17 billion. Taken together, the additional investment in health in the last 2 years comes to €2.25 billion, or an increase of 15%, our highest point in our history. The allocation that I am announcing today will facilitate a range of additional services, including initiatives proposed under Sláintecare. These include a €25 increase in the weekly income threshold for GP visit cards, a 50-cent reduction in prescription charges for €2 to €1.50 for all medical card holders over the age of 70, and a €10 reduction in the monthly drugs payment scheme threshold from €134 to €124. An additional €84 million will be provided from mental health services in 2019, bringing the total available funding for mental health to €1 billion. This is an increase of 9%. Total available funding for the National Treatment Purchase Fund will be €75 million in 2019. The extra €20 million that I am making available today represents a substantial 36% increase on last year's allocation. I'm also providing €150 million more for disability services next year to bring total funding in this area to almost €2 billion. With regard to the 2019 capital envelope for health, €174 million has been provided, bringing the total capital allocation to €670 million for next year. I am increasing the excise duty on a pack of 20 cigarettes by 50 cents, with a pro-rata increase on other tobacco products. This will bring the price of cigarettes in the most popular price category to €12.70. I'm also increasing the minimum excise duty on tobacco products so that all cigarettes sold below €11 will have the same excise as those applied at €11. And I will continue to look at choices that we have to make in healthcare regarding how we can accompany these all-time levels of investment with improved governance, accountability, effectiveness and value for money. I will now turn to social welfare. Last year, I was in a position to increase all weekly social welfare payments, and I'm pleased to announce that I can do so again in 2019. In addition to a €5 per week increase in all weekly social welfare payments from next March, I'm also pleased to be able to fully restore the 100% Christmas bonus repayment to all social welfare recipients this year. A new paid parental leave scheme will be introduced in November of 2019 to provide 2 extra weeks' leave to every parent of a child in their first year. I intend to increase this to 7 extra weeks over time. To support working families and to ensure that work pays, next March I'll increase the earnings disregard from the one-parent family payment and introduce a maintenance disregard for the working family payment. I'm also introducing a set of measures that focus on increasing the living standards of the most vulnerable in our community. This includes increases in the qualified child payment of €2.20 per week in respect of under 12s and €5.20 per week in respect of over 12s. as well as a €25 increase in both back-to-school clothing and footwear allowance rates. These supports aim to ensure that national economic growth translates into rising living standards and falling poverty, especially for our children. Education, of course, also offers an important avenue to enhance living standards, to delivering benefits for individuals and for society. And of course, uncertainty around Brexit and other risks to the economy underscore the need for us to continue to invest in our people. This is why I am allocating €10.8 billion to the Department of Education and Skills in 2019. It's a 6.7% increase on this year and includes funding of €66 million to meet our changing demographics. This will allow for almost 1,300 additional posts in schools in 2019. The government is also increasing the standard capitation rate per pupil by 5%. Government is investing over €1.8 billion to support children with special educational needs. This will allow for up to an additional 950 special needs assistants to be recruited in next year, bringing the total number to over 15,900. In last year's budget, I announced a 0.1% increase in the National Training Fund levy, and I indicated that I would consider further incremental changes. I am now satisfied that a further modest increase of 0.1% next year and the same in 2020 are appropriate. This enables me to provide more targeted investment to meet the skills and needs of our people, with over 15,000 new places in the higher education and further education sector, including over 1,200 craft and earn as you learn places, 1,100 traineeships, over 8,000 places through SkillNet Ireland and Springboard, and 5,000 new lifelong and flexible learning opportunities. This investment, along with the almost additional 3,500 additional undergraduate places being funded next year, represents a significant response to the global uncertainties facing the economy, including, obviously, Brexit. In response to the recommendations of the independent review of the National Training Fund, the Government will now use part of the surplus in the National Training Fund to establish a multi-annual ring-fenced human capital initiative of over €300 million over the period 2020 to 2024, to include the period of Brexit. This initiative will increase investment in higher education courses across our country. I am allocating an additional €196 million for capital in education next year. This will support the creation of up to 18,000 additional permanent school places and 5,000 replacement places. It will facilitate the further upgrade of ICT infrastructure in our schools. It will provide €150 million for investment in higher education, further education and in research. This is a long-term focus on investing in education that has allowed Ireland to attract and develop world-leading businesses across many sectors. This is needed because of Brexit, but it also provides us with new opportunities to attract and to create new businesses. So in order to support this, I am allocating funding of €950 million to the Department of Business, Enterprise and Innovation in 2019. It's an increase of 9% on last year. This is because SMEs provide most of our employment and additional government support for this sector is crucial in the light of Brexit. I'm therefore pleased to announce the launch of a future growth loan scheme for the SME and agriculture and food sector. Government will bring new legislation to implement this scheme to provide up to €300 million. This builds on the €300 million invested through the Brexit loan scheme last year and forms an important part of the government's Brexit initiative. I'm also providing over €110 million for Brexit measures across a number of departments, including funding for essential customs requirements and other targeted measures. As part of the National Development Plan, I have established a Disruptive Technologies Innovation Fund, which makes €500 million available for co-funded projects, including enterprise and research partners, over the period to 2027. The Key Employee Engagement Programme comes into effect on the 1st of January next year to help SMEs to attract, to retain employees in our highly competitive labour market. I am aware that take-up has been less than expected, and I've decided to take early action now. I am increasing the ceiling on the maximum annual market value of share options that may be granted to 100% of salary. I'm also replacing the 3-year limit with a lifetime limit and increasing the overall value of options that may be awarded per employee from €250,000 to €300,000. These changes will help support SMEs to compete for skilled staff. Following on from the review of the Employment and Investment Incentive, I intend to bring forward a priority package of measures in the Finance Bill to address the main problems I've identified and to increase its efficiency and effectiveness. These measures provide certainty for businesses to enable them to plan for the future. Another way in which this certainty will be provided is through a consistent approach to corporation tax policy. Our long-standing 12.5% rate will not be changing. Corporation tax revenue has been growing strongly, and a significant part of the growth for this year is due to changes in international accounting standards. Around €0.7 billion of the 2018 overperformance is estimated as a one-off. As these receipts are not expected to repeat next year, they do not feature in projecting receipts for 2019. We must be aware of the risks associated with the concentration of these receipts, and that is why I'm setting aside some of this revenue for the Rainy Day Fund. This means the risk of permanent expenditure on the basis of transient receipts is reduced. Ireland's corporate tax roadmap, which I published in September, takes stock and recognises the changing international tax environment. It outlines what Ireland has done. It outlines further actions we will take. This is a time of significant global change for business, and my focus is on maintaining a competitive and an outward-facing business environment while ensuring our regime is transparent, is sustainable and legitimate. I will be introducing new controlled foreign company rules in line with the Anti-Tax Avoidance Directive in the Finance Bill of 2018. This will apply for accounting periods beginning on or after the 1st of January. I am also moving to introduce a new ATAD compliant tax regime to come into effect from midnight tonight. The exit tax will apply at a rate of 12.5% on any unrealised gains arising where a company migrates or transfers assets offshore, such that they leave the scope of Irish taxation. The process of global tax reform is ongoing, and in addition to last year's measures, the corporate tax roadmap sets out a comprehensive plan of future actions on corporate tax reform. I have also committed to a review and update of Ireland's transfer pricing provisions in 2019 to ensure our tax system is in line with international best practice. In Budget 2018, I allocated an additional €1.26 billion in capital investment from 2018-2021 to the Department of Transport, Tourism and Sport. Today I am announcing that €286 million of this will be made available next year and will facilitate investment in new transport infrastructure such as the N4 Collooney to Castlebaldwin and the Dunkettle interchange, the completion of the runway overlay project at Knock Airport, and the design, the planning and the implementation of cycling and walking projects around the country. We're also improving and expanding our public transport infrastructure through the provision of projects such as Bus Connects, extended trams on the Lewis, and by increasing the amount of funding available to retrofit older parts of our public transport infrastructure. I'm also providing additional monies to maintain and renew existing infrastructure, including an additional €40 million for pavement repair and rehabilitation works on regional and local roads. These changes are needed and they will support the continued growth in our economy in years to come. The tourism and hospitality sector also plays a key role in our economy, providing balanced regional growth and supporting nearly 240,000 jobs. This government has played its part in supporting the sector when it most needed it, and since the introduction of the reduced VAT rate in 2011, overseas visitors' numbers have increased by over €3.4 million, and tourism employment has grown significantly. The tens of thousands of extra jobs created means the sector has never supported more employment than it does today. A government's decision to provide stimulus to the economy is often an easy one to make, and in the case of the tourism sector in 2011, the application of a reduced 9% VAT rate was justified. Judging when it's appropriate to withdraw stimulus measures is always more challenging. I gave a commitment in last year's finance bill to undertake an economic analysis of that rate. The review found that the reduced rate had done its job. I believe that in a new economic reality where the economy is strong, growth is broadly balanced and full employment is within sight, it is appropriate to increase the rate of VAT in the tourism sector to 13.5% from January 2019. This measure will raise €466 million next year and allows me to achieve a number of priorities. First, it allows me to reduce our reliance on increases in other tax heads, such as corporation tax. This is something I have consistently said that I would do. In addition, it underlines my commitment to responsibly manage our finances and to maintain a broad tax base. Secondly, these additional revenues raised through this measure will allow the reprioritisation and new expenditure in a number of key areas. It will allow us to provide more housing. It will allow us to invest in education, to invest in childcare, and contribute to the balancing of our books at a moment of national risk. This is responsible policy making. It's appropriate for our economy and will overall benefit our society. But I am conscious, of course, that these changes will present a challenge to the tourism and hospitality sector. This is why I'm allocating €35 million to the Department of Transport, Tourism and Sport in order to provide more targeted supports for the sector, including €4.5 million for regional initiatives such as Ireland's Hidden Heartlands and the Wild Atlantic Way, and nearly €10 million for the further development of our greenways. I'm also introducing a number of other tax measures today. I recognise, Ceann Comhairle, that there are concerns about the potential tax burden, in particular on the inheritance of the family home. Therefore, I have decided to increase the lifetime Group A tax-free threshold, which broadly applies to transfers between parents and their children, from €310,000 to €320,000. To support the continued growth of the film industry in Ireland, I am legislating, Ceann Comhairle, to extend the Film Corporation tax credit beyond the current end date of 2020 until December 2024, to ensure all areas of our country can benefit from the film industry. I'm also introducing...
May I ask the members to behave, please? Have some respect for the Minister addressing the House. Minister.
To ensure all areas of our country can benefit from the film industry, I am also introducing a new time-limited regional uplift of up to an additional 5% that will taper out over 4 years. Full details of this will be set out in the Finance Bill next year. Today I am publishing an independent review of the operation and resources of the Tax Appeals Commission. I commissioned this earlier this year. I fully support the recommendations of the review to include the sanctioning of additional staffing resources at all levels and additional funding for improved IT systems so that the Commission can adequately address its caseload and remit. This government, as I said earlier, recognises the value of SMEs to the economy and to job creation. And in light of this, I am legislating to extend the 3-year tax relief for certain start-up companies until the end of 2021. Availability of credit is a key consideration for all businesses, and I am aware of the growth of crowdfunding. With appropriate regulation, I believe that crowdfunding can play an important role in broadening competition in the SME finance market. My department will begin this work in conjunction with the Central Bank on the regulation of crowdfunding in Ireland. As part of this process, we will review the withholding tax obligations for peer-to-peer lending companies with a view to their amendment as appropriate following the introduction of legislation. I am retaining the 9% VAT rate for newspaper publications, and I also propose to reduce the rate for electronic publications from 23% to 9%. This will assist national and regional newspapers to remain competitive and meet the challenges of a very modern and changing media landscape. In the area of betting, the government's priority has been to level the playing field by extending the tax to remote bookmakers and betting exchanges. This was achieved in 2015, and I believe it's timely to increase the tax from 1% to 2% on amounts wagered in the state. In addition, betting duty on the commissions earned by betting intermediaries or exchanges will increase from 15% to 25%. These increases will take effect from the 1st of January and will generate an additional €40 million in 2019 and €52 million in a full year. Budget 2019 builds on the new commitments made in the National Development Plan, which represents a step change in funding commitments for climate action. 1 in every €5 in exchequer investment in the plan will be devoted to addressing climate change. This will provide a significant reduction in carbon emissions up to the period of 2030. In 2019, the Department of Communication, Climate Action and Environment will invest over €164 million in targeted measures to achieve Ireland's energy efficiency and renewable objectives in line with the Government's National Mitigation Plan. Additional climate-related measures across other departments next year include €103.5 million for improvements in grant and premium rates for planting forests, introduction of the beef environmental efficiency pilot to further improve the carbon efficiency of beef production, €70 million for the targeted agriculture modernisation scheme, and additional funding of €70 million for the Environment and Waste Management Programme. In relation to tax measures, I am extending the VRT relief for hybrid vehicles until the end of 2019. I will then review these reliefs in the context of the overall changes to VRT brought about by the new emissions measurement system, the WLTP. The new system will increase the amount of VRT payable on many new cars. The measures were introduced on a transitional basis this September, when it was estimated that there will be an increase of some 7% in emissions. This will rise to 20% with effect from 2020, when the transitional arrangements no longer apply. In line with several other EU states and in support of climate and public health policy, I am providing for a 1% surcharge for diesel vehicles to apply across all VRT bands. Turning to carbon tax, I welcome the ESRI report as a first step in better understanding the environmental, social and economic impact of carbon tax. It is my intention to put in place a long-term trajectory for carbon tax increases out to 2030, in line with the recommendations of the Climate Change Advisory Council and the Special Oireachtas Committee, which are examining climate changes. I will be introducing a new accelerated capital allowance scheme for gas-propelled vehicles and refuelling equipment. This is designed to encourage the uptake of gas-propelled commercial vehicles as an economic and environmentally friendly alternative to diesel. The Green Public Transport Fund was established to support the uptake of low-carbon, energy-efficient technologies within the public transport sector, and as set out in the National Development Plan, Ireland will no longer purchase diesel-only buses for the urban public service obligation fleets after July of next year. The publication of a special report from the UN's International Panel on Climate Change underscores the need for resolute action to meet our commitments under the Paris Agreement. In support of this, I am committing Ireland to join in the Paris Collaborative on Green Budgeting. Under this initiative, we will develop new and innovative ways of embedding climate change in the budgetary process. As a first step, my department will publish a list of all exchequer climate-related expenditure in this year's revised estimates volume. The National Treasury Management Agency, or the NTMA, will also shortly be issuing Ireland's first ever green bond. It will broaden the funding base for our debt and in future may even allow the financing of climate-related expenditure at a lower rate of interest than other expenditures. Turning now to agriculture, which of course makes a significant contribution to both our economy and our society. However, it's also a part of our society that is now facing a number of threats, with Brexit posing very specific challenges. To support the sector, and in particular disadvantaged farmers, I'm allocating an additional €57 million of current expenditure to the Department of Agriculture, Food and Marine in 2019. €60 million in current and capital Brexit-related supports will be provided to improve resilience in the farm sector, along with supporting productivity improvements in the food sector, as well as making provisions for the initial staffing and ICT needs in relation to the regulatory requirements of Brexit. Agencies will be allocated additional resources to promote new markets, to retain competitiveness. And I'm also doing this because I recognise that 2018 was a very difficult year for our farming community. With that in mind, I am renewing the existing stock relief measures for a further 3 years to help support more farmers to cope with the problems of income volatility. I am extending income averaging to farms with off-farm farming income. I also intend to provide for a 3-year extension of the Young Trained Farmer Stamp Duty relief, which was due to expire at the end of this year. The Government is also fully committed to supporting the sustainable development of Ireland through the Department of Rural and Community and Development. I'm therefore allocating an additional €53 million in capital next year to fund the first round of projects under the new Rural Regeneration and Development Fund. This represents an unprecedented commitment by this Government to strengthen our rural economies and communities. And in the context of Brexit, I'm also pleased to provide increased funding for the Peace Programme to support economic and social stability in our border region at this particularly important time. Turning to the area of policing, 3 weeks ago saw the publication of the report from the Commission on the future of policing in Ireland. I want to compliment the Commission on their excellent report that does lay, I believe, the groundwork for a transformation that is needed. Reflecting my commitment to this transformation, next year I am increasing the budget of An Garda Síochána by €60 million, or 3.5%. This increase allows for recruitment of up to 800 Gardaí and will support Commissioner Harris to drive the reforms that our citizens deserve. The years ahead offer many opportunities for policing in Ireland. I am therefore allocating an additional €60 million of current expenditure to the broader justice sector, to provide additional asylum accommodation, to widen the Magdalene scheme, to fund reforms within the Department of Justice and Equality and the Court Service, to address pressures on the criminal legal aid and in prisons, and to respond to the demands that are faced by the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner in its EU-wide role. The 2019 capital allocation of €220 million includes construction of the Forensic Science Laboratory. It includes investment in Garda ICT and the purchase of Garda vehicles, and includes works on Limerick Prison. In the defence sector, €29 million will be provided for additional major investment projects for next year. This will fund a programme of equipment replacement, of infrastructural development across the Army, our Air Corps and our Naval Service. These investments will make a significant contribution to the security of our nation, as well as the expansion of Ireland's international presence. As part of our Brexit strategy, we are opening new markets for our businesses. We are promoting our international profile through our Global Ireland 2025 strategy, all of which aims to double Ireland's global footprint. Investing in our international presence in this way will enable Ireland to be more ambitious in advancing our strategic international objectives, in promoting our values, in exerting our influence, both within and beyond the European Union. The strategy has already realised significant commitments, including the opening of a new embassy in Wellington in New Zealand and a new consulate in Vancouver in Canada, as well as strengthening existing measures. In addition, today's budget also includes the most significant increase in our international development cooperation budget for many years, with our overseas aid set to increase by almost €110 million in comparison with figures in budget 2018. This brings our overseas development assistance to its highest level in a decade, at 0.31% of GNI star. This level of assistance represents a clear statement that this government and the Irish people will not be found wanting in addressing some of the major humanitarian crises and development challenges that our planet faces. Investment in sport remains a priority, and I'm committing €126 million across a range of sporting initiatives for next year. Our continued spending in sport means that we are making progress towards doubling our investment in this key area, a commitment of our national sports policy. I am providing over €41 million next year for investment in sports projects to benefit clubs, to benefit organisations in every county in Ireland. I am retaining the 9% VAT rate for sporting facilities. To the Department of Culture, Heritage and the Gaeltacht, I am allocating an additional €15 million in current funding and €21 million in capital funding. This increased funding is tangible evidence of the importance attached to our cultural and creative heritage under Project Ireland 2040. This will put spending in that sector on a trajectory that will see funding doubled by 2025. It will facilitate the planning, the early stage implementation of the Department's 10-year capital plan. It will increase support for arts and artists via the Arts Council and Creative Ireland, and it will provide additional restoration and development works across our built and natural heritage portfolios. I am pleased, Ceann Comhairle, to announce an additional €127 million for the Department of Children and Youth Affairs next year. This funding will facilitate our children and young people in reaching their potential. It will support the protection of our most vulnerable children, and it will assist hard-pressed families in accessing childcare. Funding for TUSLA will increase by over €30 million to just over €786 million, while funding for early learning and childcare will increase by just under €90 million to €570 million. Acknowledging the importance of early intervention in the lives of children, this funding supports the ECCE preschool programme and the ongoing development of the Affordable Childcare Scheme. I'm also pleased to announce that the income thresholds for the Affordable Childcare Scheme will increase for next year. In net terms, the base income threshold is being raised from €22,700 to €26,000. The maximum income threshold will go from €47,500 to €60,000, and the multiple child deduction will increase from €3,800 to €4,300. This scheme, Ceann Comhairle, will make a real difference to the lives of thousands of families and their children, not only in terms of accessing childcare, but also in terms of encouraging people back into the workplace. So turning to work. The income tax system has been transformed since 2008. It's now broadly based and stable, and I'm committed to ensuring this remains the case. I won't be drawn into unrealistic promises that risk past mistakes, that risk undermining the stability of tax receipts. Instead, I will continue to make targeted changes to the income tax code, within which available resources to reduce the tax burden on low and middle income earners are delivered. This government believes that workers enter the higher rate of income tax at too low a level of income. We can't hope to remain competitive if someone who's on a relatively low income works overtime and has nearly half that extra money taken in tax. So to ease the burden facing low and middle income earners, I am again increasing the entry point to the higher rate of income tax for all earners by €750, rising it from €34,550 to €35,300 in the case of a single worker. I'll also be reducing the third rate of the universal social charge from 4.75% to 5% to give further targeted benefit to low and middle incomes. The income of these changes mean that the top marginal rate on incomes up to €70,000 will be reduced to 48.5%, and fewer people on incomes around the national average will have any income subject to the 40% rate of income tax. I am making some modest changes to give particular support to minimum wage workers, all of which takes place from the 1st of January next year. The hourly minimum wage will be increased to €9.80 following the recommendation of the Low Pay Commission. The ceiling of the second USC rate band will be increased from €19,372 to €19,874 to ensure that the salary of a full-time worker on the minimum wage will remain outside the top rate of the USC. And the weekly threshold for the higher rate of employers' PRSI will be increased from €376 to €386 to ensure there's no incentive to reduce working hours for a full-time minimum wage worker. Other targeted measures are being introduced to help working families and the self-employed. For the 80,000 families where one spouse works primarily in the home to care for children and other dependents, I'm happy to announce an increase to the home carer credit of €300, excuse me. It's a bit too much for one budget, Ceann Comhairle. This brings the value of the credit to €1,500 per year. For the 150,000 self-employed workers who make up an important part of our economy, the earned income credit will be increased by a further €200 to €1,350. The income tax changes that I'm making today are responsible, they're targeted. They provide targeted relief for those on low and middle incomes. They don't erode our tax base. They are affordable. Another area the government is providing sustainable improvements in is public service pay. We are now entering the second year of the Public Service Stability Agreement, through which government is committed to providing €1.2 billion to increase pay for public servants over the period 2018 to 2021. These benefits offer benefits to different income groups by between 6.2% and 10% over that 3-year period. These increases are in line with general wage developments in our economy, and they provide a negotiated pathway for the dismantling of the financial emergency legislation. This was a core commitment of the programme for government. We have also delivered on the establishment of the Public Service Pay Commission, which recently published its second report into recruitment and retention in the health service. While the Commission found there were no general recruitment and retention difficulties, for nursing and midwifery, they did recommend a targeted €20 million increase in certain allowances. This government accepts these findings and the recommendations of the Pay Commission. Resources have been allocated to implement this recommendation from March 2019, subject to acceptance by relevant unions. On the issue of new entrant pay, the measures recently agreed with the Irish Congress of Trade Unions make good on this government's commitment to provide certainty. The agreement equalises the length of time both new and existing members of staff will take to reach the end point of their salary scales. This will cost approximately €200 million out to 2025, but will benefit 61,500 new entrants, including 16,000 teachers, 5,000 special needs assistants, and almost 10,000 nurses. And as with all elements of government expenditure, ensuring value for money from this investment is hugely important. To support the Value for Money initiative across government, my department is engaged in a multi-annual spending review process to promote the development of better policy options. Today I am releasing additional spending review papers, which brings to 50 the number of analyses produced for the spending review over the past 2 years. Furthermore, my department will publish an additional 15 papers today, which will focus on areas including social impact assessments and prevention and early intervention. This work informs many of the decisions I have announced today. The government believes the public has a right to know how and why decisions are made and the impacts these decisions will have. Through the Open Data Initiative, public service performance reporting and the National Economic Dialogue, we have made much progress on delivering increased transparency. Just a number of weeks ago, my department published, for the first time, an interactive, user-friendly capital project tracker as part of the National Development Plan. It provides details of costs, timelines, location, and many other useful indicators across 270 projects and programmes. It's a template for a more open approach to government. I will be working with my ministerial colleagues to extend this framework to more areas of expenditure over time. This type of transparency also extends to how we prepare our budgets. A good example of this can be seen through the introduction of equality and gender budgeting, which is bringing greater awareness to the impacts of budgetary decisions and a greater transparency to the areas which need attention. Having successfully piloted the initiative across 6 programme areas in 18, next year I am expanding the initiative to broaden its scope to other dimensions of equality, including poverty, socio-economic inequality and disability. The expansion is being supported by an equality budgeting expert advisory group, which will bring expert knowledge on how best to progress this important work. So, Budget 2019 further secures the shared progress we have made. It provides record levels of funding to continue to improve our public services. It helps those on low and middle incomes. It increases living standards for those less well off in our society. It balances our books. It provides significant investment to build resilience in our economy and support our long-term growth. It aims to make us Brexit ready by providing sufficient flexibility to deal with the risk of a more disorderly outcome. This will be done by balancing our books, while allowing us to invest €1.5 billion in our country's future, including measures such as the Human Capital Initiative, the Future Growth Loan Scheme, over €110 million for Brexit measures across a number of departments, and additional exchequer and semi-state capital across a range of sectors. It's responsible, it's sensible, it's consistent with maintaining stability on our public finances. And most importantly, this is a caring budget. It recognises the real social needs our citizens face and provides the sustainable funding and effective policies to address them. It's about securing our future. It's about renewing the centre. It addresses the risks we face, both domestically and internationally. The budget that I have announced today is a progressive budget, with an emphasis on strengthening our national finances. It is a responsible budget for a modern and caring Ireland that aims to be at the centre of a changing world. I commend this budget to the House.
Exceeded the allocated time. Can I just say to the opposition speakers that we will try and be equally flexible should the need arise. We move now to Deputy Michael McGrath sharing with
Deputy Cohen.
Deputy Barry Cohen.
Thank you very much, Ciaran Corla. Ciaran Corla, having somewhere to call home and access to a public health system when you need it.
Quiet for Deputy McGrath.
Thanks, Ciaran Corla. Having somewhere to call home and accessing a public health system when you need it are among the most basic needs of any citizen. For any society that regards itself as modern, decent and compassionate, meeting these needs is the foundation on which the rest of society is built. This budget will ultimately be judged on whether it takes policy on housing and health in a new direction and helps to deliver better outcomes. Ciaran Corla, the truth is the government has failed to get to grips with the housing crisis. It is the government that has executive authority. It is the government that controls the Department of Housing. It is the government that is responsible for addressing the housing crisis, and it is the government that must accept that its performance on housing has not been good enough. Budget Day helps to set the direction of policy and, at its simplest level, provides the money. It is the day-to-day management of government business that delivers on the ground, and this is where the government is falling down in relation to housing. We haven't been short of big launches and PR events, but we have been short of homes built. Policies are being announced, launched, then re-announced, relaunched, but not implemented in practice. The follow-through just has not been there. And outside of the bubble of Leinster House, the daily grind of getting things done is what matters to the people we all represent. And this government needs to get back to the politics of getting things done when it comes to housing. And when it comes to the housing crisis, the overall message to government is to cut the obsession with PR and with spin and focus on delivery, delivery, delivery. At the very front line of the crisis, the number of people sleeping in emergency accommodation is a national scandal and a scar on our nation at this time. This government gave its word to those living in this nightmare that no one would be in hotel accommodation on an emergency basis by July 2017. The government didn't just miss the target by a few weeks or even a few months. 15 months on, the number of people in emergency accommodation has hardly moved at all. You would need a heart of stone not to be moved by listening to the girl called Amanda on Morning Ireland last Friday morning, who has spent 2 years in a hotel room with her family. And the reality is there are many more Amandas out there. Almost 3,700 children are homeless and will sleep in emergency accommodation across our country tonight. This can never be regarded as the norm or as acceptable. And the state must lead from the front in tackling the crisis by getting back to building public housing in a sustained and ambitious manner. We welcome the additional funding allocated to homelessness and the increased allocation for the construction of social housing. It is a step in the right direction. Under this government's watch, home ownership has become a distant dream for more and more of our people. Home ownership rates are falling rapidly under Fine Gael. That is the record. Fianna Fáil makes no apologies for insisting on a major focus on affordable housing in this budget, and today's announcement in that regard is a breakthrough, and now it must be put into effect. We have secured a €300 million affordable housing package over the next 3 years, including over €200 million of new Exchequer money. This will provide thousands of homes which will be made available to eligible first-time buyers, and these homes can be sold at up to €50,000 below the cost of building the home, subject to an overall maximum discount of 40% of market value. On health, we need to know, Minister, that what we have before us today is an honest health budget. We have not been privy to all the over and back between the HSE, your own Department of Public Expenditure and the Department of Health in recent weeks, but we are left with the distinct impression that the whole process has been quite chaotic and, as always, very, very late in the day. And I have no hesitation in saying that it was the most difficult area in our negotiations in relation to getting any feedback about specific measures or even about the overall settlement and the allocation for health in 2019. And I'm not suggesting you held anything back, Minister, I don't believe you did, but it seems to me that even the process of agreeing the health budget is crisis-driven. Not just the running of the health service, but agreeing the budget itself is crisis-driven. In the coming months, we are facing a supplementary estimate of some €700 million, and this year the government has been bailed out by an unexpected corporation tax windfall. But this is not a sustainable basis for funding our health service. We've consistently argued for the need for a credible multi-annual budget for health. We have secured an extra €20 million in funding in 2019 to tackle waiting lists through the National Treatment Purchase Fund. The scandal of children with special needs waiting up to 3 years for an assessment of need must be tackled, and the extra funding that we insisted upon is welcome in that regard. On the current side, health is getting, by my estimates, around €1.5 billion extra in 2019, above what was originally allocated for 2018. For that, people will expect to see better access and better services across our health system. We need accountability in health, and the Minister needs to ensure that this extra money delivers on the key priorities. Ceann Comhairle, almost 2.5 years ago, Fianna Fáil made a historic decision to enter into a confidence and supply arrangement to ensure this country had a government. Back in May 2016, there was no shortage of predictions that we'd cut and run at the first opportunity, that we wouldn't honour the commitment we gave. And I'm not going to say it has been an easy or a comfortable position for us to be in, because it hasn't. But despite constant provocation from most quarters in this House, we have stood our ground and we have kept our word to the Irish people. From opposition, we have sought to influence budgetary policy and move it in a more progressive direction. We have provided the political stability necessary for Ireland's economy to grow. We have brought about a noticeable shift in the make-up of budgets, with an overall emphasis on investment in public services and increased capital investment. This was the very platform that we campaigned on in 2016. This is the third budget under the agreement, and I'm not here to say we got everything we wanted. We're not in government. There are no ministers over on this side of the House. We're not in charge of any government departments, but we have had some influence on some measures, at least in this budget, and on the overall mix between expenditure and taxation. And rather than being a spectator, we have sought to use our influence to positive effect. And in today's budget, we've made progress on a number of crucial policy areas on behalf of the Irish people. The increased investment in services and vital infrastructure is about 4 times greater than the money allocated to tax cuts. Capital investment in our economy will increase by about 1/4 next year. And we welcome, Minister, that the overall general government balance will broadly be balanced next year. I do note that there will still be a structural deficit of about 0.7%. I understand the technical reasons around that in relation to the output gap and the calculations, but nonetheless it is disappointing that again we are missing the medium-term objective of a structural deficit of not greater than 0.5%. Ceann Comhairle, on income tax, the package today is certainly modest. But to make no change to our income tax system, as some would have suggested, would actually result in people paying more tax next year. And Fianna Fáil would not have supported a €3.5 billion budget package that actually made people worse off. We made a commitment that we would secure reductions in the universal social charge, with an emphasis on low and middle incomes. And including the cut in today's budget, we have secured reductions over the last 3 budgets in the 3 USC rates. The 1% rate has been cut to 0.5%, the 3% rate has been cut to 2%, and the 5.5% rate has been cut to 4.5%. And some USC bands have also been widened. We believe these gradual reductions have reduced the burden of USC in a fair and a sustainable way. On income tax, we support the increase in the entry point to the 40% marginal rate of tax by €750. Fianna Fáil believes that people in Ireland enter the higher rate at too low a level of income, and this is an important step. And again, if no change had been made to the tax system, over 60,000 taxpayers would have moved up to the higher rate of tax next year, and many more would be paying more of their income at the higher rate than they were in 2018. As incomes rise, a static tax system means people pay more tax. That is a simple reality. So some changes were absolutely necessary in this budget, and we defend and support that decision. The combined effect of these income tax changes is that an individual or couple with an income of €45,000 per annum will gain the most as a percentage of their net income, coming in at around 0.7%. In the budget negotiations, Fianna Fáil made a particular push for an increase in the home carer tax credit. This is a credit given to married couples or civil partners who are jointly assessed for tax, where one spouse or partner works in the home caring for a dependent person, including children or a person with a disability. For many of them, the €300 increase in the tax credit is €300 straight into their pocket. This will be of real benefit to couples where one spouse or partner stays at home to mind children or someone with a disability. It is my experience that many people entitled to this credit are actually not even claiming it, so we would urge people couples who are largely relying on one income to check whether they may be in a position to benefit from this relief. Ceann Comhairle, last Friday the Minister announced that Ireland is set to receive an extra €1.1 billion in corporation tax receipts this year. No doubt this is a positive development, but the growing reliance on corporation tax, and within that on a small number of companies, is now a key risk facing the economy and indeed the public finances. And the point here is that while on this occasion the announcement was of €1 billion extra, the question has to be asked, what if it went the other way? If the Minister had to announce last week that we were going to receive €1 billion less corporate tax in the remaining months of this year than expected, then we would be in a very different environment going into this budget. So if we cannot predict corporation tax receipts with any degree of certainty, then there is a real exposure. In 2011, corporation tax receipts stood at €3.5 billion. Here today, in 2018, we are set to receive €9.6 billion from this tax heading. Corporation tax receipts now account for over 17% of the total expected tax take in 2018, with 40% of it coming from just 10 companies. And another even more startling way of putting that is that about 7% of all tax we collect as a country is now coming from 10 companies. It's great while it lasts, but we have to face up to the fact that it is now a risk for Ireland. Corporation tax is an extremely volatile revenue stream. The UK and the US are lowering their headline rates. The European Union is stepping up its efforts to bring in a common consolidated corporate tax base and some form of digital taxation. The OECD's base erosion and profit shifting programme is ongoing, and it all means that the global corporate tax environment is changing, and changing rapidly. And if just a handful of companies were to change their tax structure, Ireland could stand to lose billions of euro. All of this underlines the importance, from our point of view as a party, of making a start, of putting some money away as a contingency or a rainy day fund, which we proposed in 2015 and negotiated in the Confidence and Supply Agreement. This fund is set to be established next year, and it's supported by a whole range of international and domestic bodies as an important fiscal buffer. The European authorities have been very positive on this initiative. The easy part is saying we have learned the lessons from the past. The hard part is making policy changes that give effect to that in a tangible way. Some future Minister for Finance will, in a future government, be glad that this initiative was taken, because it may well allow our country in the future to avoid the type of tax increases and spending cuts that had to be implemented when the last crisis struck. We need to protect ourselves in the event of a fiscal shock. Against the backdrop of a balanced general government budget, the establishment of this fund is an important reform and one we fully support. Ceann Comhairle, the dependence on corporate tax receipts from multinationals is also a warning to government of the need to place a greater focus on the thousands of SMEs operating in the domestic economy. SMEs in Ireland employ in the region of 900,000 people and are the real backbone of our economy. Despite the strong economic rebound, life is tough for many of them. Insurance is an enormous problem for a growing number of firms, something our party has highlighted in this House on countless occasions. Other costs too, and emerging labour shortages make trading conditions difficult for many of them. In the budget discussions, we highlighted the need to improve the taxation environment for SMEs and entrepreneurs. We are disappointed that no specific changes have been announced today in relation to the Employment and Investment Incentive Scheme, but I note your words, Minister, about the Finance Bill, and we will engage with you on that. This scheme can provide vital early-stage funding for businesses, and the Minister has an Indecon report making recommendations as to how it can be improved. A good place to start would be to streamline the application and approval process and give the revenue the resources they need to improve turnaround times. We also shared with the Minister the feedback we have received in relation to the share-based remuneration scheme, the key employee engagement programme, or KEEP. The uptake on this scheme has been weaker than expected, and we welcome the changes the Minister is providing for in this budget. We also welcome the extension of the 3-year start-up relief for a further 3 years and the extension of film relief. The time-limited regional uplift in the film relief is an important initiative. Our capital gains tax regime for businesses and enterprises needs major reform, as it is currently uncompetitive when set against the jurisdictions with whom we compete. CGT is simply too high for people wanting to invest or start their own company. We had asked a consideration be given to increase the €1 million lifetime limit in the CGT entrepreneur relief, but this was not possible, or the government did not decide to do so on this occasion. We as a party commit ourselves to improving the CGT environment for SMEs and entrepreneurs into the future. We look forward to discussing a number of these enterprise tax schemes with the Minister and others during the course of the Finance Bill. One area, Minister, I believe a greater focus is needed within our domestic economy is on the retail sector. Irish retailers employ across 45,000 businesses about 282,000 employees. While many of them are competing effectively in the online space, many more are struggling to keep pace with the surge in online shopping. You need to improve as a government the supports available to them under the Digital Trading Voucher Scheme. Just as Enterprise Ireland assists firms developing export markets for their goods, internationally focused retailers now need help and increased supports to take on the global consumer market. If we don't step up our efforts in this area, more and more Irish businesses are going to fall victim and not be able to keep pace with the surge in online shopping and be unable to compete in that space. Minister, we acknowledge that the decision to raise the 9% VAT rate in the tourism and hospitality sector to 13.5% was a difficult call for the government to make. While the 9% rate was successful, it was always designed as a temporary crutch until the sector repaired itself. There is little doubt that many businesses, particularly in the food sector, will not be able to absorb the increase and will have no option but to pass it on to consumers. The tourism and hospitality sector has had the benefit of the reduced rate for 7 years. In line with the obligations on us under the Confidence and Supply Agreement, we will be abstaining on this vote in the House tonight. As the 9% rate comes to an end, it is worth remembering today how it was funded in those early years following 2011. A staggering €2.5 billion was taken from the private pension savings of hundreds of thousands of workers and pensioners across this country by the last government. This raid has had a lasting effect and has resulted in the pensions of many thousands of current pensioners and future pensioners being reduced forever, and that issue needs to be borne in mind when the VAT decision is being debated. Ceann Comhairle, the Confidence in Supply Agreement provides for a supportive tax regime for the self-employed and the introduction of a PRSI scheme for them. The further increase in the earned income tax credit is to be welcomed, and Fianna Fáil recommits itself to the policy of bringing this credit up to €1,650 to match the POE credit at the earliest opportunity. The extension of job seekers' benefit to the self-employed is also an important reform and will provide an important safety net for self-employed people whose business gets into difficulty. In relation to Brexit, Ceann Comhairle, it really is the dark cloud that is hanging over this budget. This budget and a whole lot more could unravel very quickly if Brexit goes badly wrong. On March 29th next year, just over 5 months from now, the UK is set to leave the European Union. Negotiations are continuing, and we have little clarity on what the future relationship will be between the UK and the EU, including Ireland. Brexit remains the most serious political and economic challenge facing this island in many decades, and the potential impact on people's lives, both north and south, should not be underestimated. The Good Friday Agreement was signed 20 years ago. The agreement and the peace it underpins should never be taken for granted or put at risk. The majority of people in Northern Ireland, from all sides, voted to remain in the European Union. We cannot accept the return of a hard border on our island in any shape or form. The consequences would be far more profound than the obvious economic effects. We have had various predictions of the effect of a no-deal Brexit, and I don't need to restate them on the record here in this House today, but they are clearly severe and profound. Fianna Fáil continues to believe that Northern Ireland should be given the status of a special economic zone, and there should, under no circumstances, be a hard border. While we support the government in negotiations, we have deep concerns about the lack of readiness here in Ireland for all eventualities. And I note in that regard from today's budget booklet, provision is being made for some 270 extra revenue staff, presumably customs officials. We were told in July the government had approved the hiring of up to 1,000 customs officials and veterinary inspectors. The provision in today's budget appears to be for 270 customs staff. I don't see a separate provision under the Department of Agriculture vote. Perhaps that can be clarified. But more importantly, in a PQ reply to ourselves just last week, you confirm, Minister, the revenue will require an additional 600 staff because of Brexit. You said, based on a scenario of a transition period after March 19 and a future trade agreement between the EU and the UK, and you also confirmed that revenue aims to have about 200 customs officers in place by the end of March in 2019. So in other words, if everything goes well, and there is an agreement, and there's a transition, and there's a future trade deal, revenue will need 600 customs officials. But by March of 19, we will have 200, and we have no certainties to the outcome of the negotiations by March of 19. There is a clear issue there, a gap and a real exposure for our country in that regard. So if we have a cliff edge Brexit, which none of us want to see or perhaps expect to see, Ireland will not be ready by March 2019, despite the government having had 2 years of notice of the March 19 date. And in the context of well over €1 billion of trade over and back across the Irish Sea every week, this is a worrying prospect indeed. It is crucial that every possible support is given to businesses to prepare for Brexit. The farming and agri-food sector is, as we all know, particularly exposed and needs special supports. On budget day last year, a €25 million loan scheme for Brexit for the agri-food sector was announced. It never happened. In practice, there's now a suggestion will open up perhaps early next year, having been announced in October of last year. Given the industry's vulnerability, this is simply not good enough and speaks volumes about the lack of delivery on this area. SMEs too need extra support. We had announced last year again the SME Brexit loan scheme, a €300 million fund, which was finally launched back in March of 2018, some 6 months after the budget. And according to the latest statistics we have, to the end of June, 10 SMEs have progressed to the finance provider approval stage, with less than 1% 1% of the €300 million pot actually lent out to businesses at that stage. And only 127 companies out of almost 2,700 have received the Be Prepared for Brexit grants from Enterprise Ireland. So these are very identifiable, tangible measures where we're not delivering the type of supports and the safety nets that are needed. One final point on Brexit. Given what is at stake, it is understandable that the focus has been defending what we have. No border on the island of Ireland, the need for free trade north-south and east-west to continue unimpeded. But Brexit also opens up huge opportunities for Ireland, and the message that needs to go out from all of us and from government consistently to the international audience is that Ireland is very much open for business, very much open for extra investment when the UK leaves the European Union in March of next year. And the government needs to focus on this aspect, as well as also dealing with the immediate priority of defending the here and now and what we have. One issue I just picked up on the budget booklet, again the assumption around the exchange rate is that it will remain at €1 for 89 pence sterling right the way through 2019. Now you may say that's based on the central scenario of a deal, a transition period, but that could go very much the other way. There could well be a very significant fall in the value of sterling through 2019, which would have a real immediate and severe effect on the capacity of export businesses here in this country, Ceann Comhairle. Ceann Comhairle, as we enter into a critical period of Brexit negotiations, I know everyone in our party, Fianna Fáil, and I'm sure everyone in this House wishes the government, the Irish officials and the EU negotiating team every success in the coming weeks as they seek to get the best deal possible for the European Union and indeed our country. I think it is important, Ceann Comhairle, to put on the record, apart from Brexit and the dependent and corporation tax, some of the other risks that are emerging in a very evidential way in our economy. There's a significant risk of overheating and a loss of competitiveness. We experienced it before. Real capacity constraints are emerging. We're seeing labour shortages, particularly in construction, and our competitiveness ranking is something we have to be very conscious of and keep a very clear and focused eye on. In relation to the housing crisis, the lack of progress on broadband, transport blockages, the cost of doing business, these are all concerns in relation to Ireland's competitiveness and the risk of overheating. Making good quality broadband available in all parts of the country would be transformative for parts of Ireland, and faith in the ability of this government to deliver the national broadband plan is ebbing away at an accelerating rate. Delivering this plan is vital to our national interests and essential if we are to bring about any degree of balanced regional development. People want to know, will it happen and when will it happen? The cost of living is rising. While the headline figures may show prices broadly stable, when you delve down deep into the CSO statistics, you find that all of the costs that families and individuals cannot avoid, whether they be transport costs, energy costs, interest rates, rent costs, all of those are rising at rates well above the headline CPI inflation rate, motor insurance premiums, petrol, diesel and so on. That is a key risk, and it's also a major issue now which is affecting families on a day-to-day basis. As we all know, we're facing the threat of an ever-escalating tension surrounding trade, and as a small, open economy, we are acutely vulnerable to global trade disputes and growing protectionist policies. And with the Trump presidency, the risk of an all-out trade war cannot be completely discounted. While we have not been significantly affected to date, higher tariffs on more goods will impact on us sooner or later if there's not a change in direction. Fianna Fáil as a party believes in free trade. We believe that breaking down trade barriers can benefit more people, and the evidence resoundingly supports this. There are difficulties, of course, with free trade, but the benefits very much outweigh the costs. Among the remaining legacies of the financial crash is Ireland's large national debt, which currently stands at over €200 billion, €43,000 per person. On a per capita basis, the third highest in the developed world. Fortunately, for now, we are living in an era of very low interest rates, but it won't last forever. In 2014, the interest on Irish government debt was predicted to stand at €8.5 billion by 2018. In fact, because of the direction of interest rates and ECB interventions and so on, it's going to be about €5.5 billion. So €3 billion less this year on an interest bill compared to what was forecast for this year a number of years ago. Inevitably, this will come to an end at some point in time. The ECB is eager to return to normal monetary policies, to unwind its quantitative easing programme and to start to increase interest rates, perhaps as early as the latter half of 2019. This will mean we will pay more on our debt, which will have a significant impact on future budgetary decisions. I highlight all of these issues, Ceann Comhairle, really to lay down a marker, because when you look at all of these risks, it is hard to escape the conclusion that one or more or a combination of these risks will materialise over the period ahead. Economic conditions have been very favourable for Ireland over the last number of years, and as a result the economic rebound has been stronger and faster than most predicted, stronger and faster than the government predicted, stronger and faster than independent economists and analysts predicted. But when you examine the profile of the risks we're facing as a country, we would be very naive to believe that this will last forever. This makes it all the more important we engage in better long-term planning and forecasting. Fianna Fáil supports the reforms in the budgetary process. In fact, it was a feature of the Confidence and Supply Agreement. We now have, finally, a resourced Parliamentary Budget Office, and it's a fantastic resource for all members across this House, and particularly for the Budgetary Oversight Committee. We, as a party, called on the Government for 5-year forecasts to be provided as part of today's economic and fiscal outlook, and they are now set out within the booklet with forecasts right up to 2023. That's an important measure. In relation to climate change, Ceann Comhairle, the latest report from the UN's Climate Change Advisory Group makes for very grim reading. It really does paint an appalling vista. And while the focus today will be on the government's decision not to increase carbon tax or excise on diesel, we need to see a greater focus on the positive measures that are needed on the climate change agenda. There is an urgent need for more investment in sustainable transport initiatives. We need to see better grants for retrofitting buildings. We need to support renewable energy in a meaningful way, and we need to put consistent policies in place. And I'll give you one example on that front. Local authorities right around this country are grappling now with planning applications for solar farms, and they have not yet, despite asking for the last number of years, been provided with a national policy or national guidelines to guide how they are to assess and deal with those applications. And it's symptomatic of a lack of coordinated national policy on climate change. Just in May of this year, the EPA said that Ireland will achieve a 1% reduction on 2005 emission levels by 2020, instead of the target of 20%. This is an appalling performance, and one that will cost us dearly, both financially and from an environmental perspective. Ceann Comhairle, the Fianna Fáil party entered into discussions in this budget with a focus on the issues that really matter to people in their everyday life: housing, health, education, their cost of living, improving the tax environment, and indeed on other issues. We campaigned in 2016 on the promise of an Ireland for all. We didn't win the election, but we gained some influence through the agreement we entered into. And even from opposition, we have to date done our best to give effect to our policies, and we can point to a range of specific measures we have delivered, while at the same time providing the political stability that most people in this country actually desire. And I look forward to working with the Minister, the other opposition spokespersons and all deputies on the detailed scrutiny of the finance bill in the weeks ahead. Thank you very much, Lass.
As has been alluded to, today's budget is the third from this government. This is the final budget of 3 as provided for by the Confidence and Supply Agreement. Many believe there would only be one, and that Fianna Fáil would have used the precarious and perilous state of uncertainty for political gain. But it would have been opportunistic. This couldn't have been further from the truth, and today again proves that to be a fact. And like a tide going out revealing who was swimming naked, the aftermath of the February 16 election revealed the true character of many parties in this House. Many who will criticise today's budget took a 10-week holiday, went on manoeuvres, while others tried to form a government and provide leadership. But at a time when the centre ground was under threat from all sides, and at a time when the outcome of an election led everyone to believe that instability was the order of the day, Fianna Fáil put country before opportunism. it would have been truly opportunistic to walk away, as some did in this chamber. They didn't show up, but they didn't take any responsibility. And while we weren't successful in forming a government, it was crystal clear that the public had soundly rejected Fine Gael's notion that the recovery was being felt nationally. The public categorically rejected the Tory-style tax cuts for the rich, and it was in this context that Fianna Fáil negotiated the Confidence and Supply Agreement to underpin a new government. Fianna Fáil wanted Ireland to have a stable, functioning government. The reason for that is a deeper sense of that responsibility to ensuring the state provides for its citizens. In these deeply uncertain times across the globe, parties of the centre ground have a duty to work for the common good. The Confidence and Supply Agreement, for all its frustrations, has provided stability during a period when our closest trading partners in the UK and the US are mired in political crisis. And it's in that spirit too we approach this budget. We have kept faith with the agreement, as Michael McGrath has alluded to, often in difficult circumstances, with messy compromises to maintain the centre ground in Irish politics. We have worked for the ordinary citizens who want their government to work for them. Other parties have been content to sit in their hands. In Brendan Behan's words, like eunuchs in a brothel, they know how it's done, they know, and they see it being done every day, but they can't do it for themselves. It's in this context that Fianna Fáil honoured the agreement to secure 3 budgets. At the core of the Confidence and Supply Agreement is the principle that there must be a minimum of 2-to-1 split in favour of investment in vital public services over tax cuts. In reality, for the last 2 budgets it has been more like 3-to-1, moving to 4-to-1 in this budget. It's worth remembering what a sea change this has been. For if you remember the budget before the 2016 election, Fine Gael and the Labour Party settled for a 50-50 split, ensuring that it was regressive in nature. That budget was opportunistic. That was designed to buy the electorate. In a country at the time crying out for investment in public services, Fine Gael and Labour chose excessive tax cuts. Our agreement has delivered a rainy day fund that will help finances when the next downturn occurs. It has delivered successive cuts in the universal social charge directed at low and middle income earners, has secured a €15 increase in the old age pension, €15 increases in the carers and disability allowances, and a €15 increase in unemployment benefit. It has delivered on increasing the home carers and earned income tax credit and a decrease in capital gains for entrepreneurs. It has delivered on restoring pay to our public servants and brought an end to pay inequality. In education, it has delivered on reducing the pupil-teacher ratio, 500 new careers guidance counsellors, the restoration of postgrad grants for low-income students and the boosting of third-level funding. In health, it has delivered on the reactivation of the National Treatment Purchase Fund. Funding for mental health has also been addressed, and also the issue of retrospective pay for Section 39 health workers. We fought for the extension of mortgage interest relief for over 400,000 homeowners, increases in rent supplements and housing support payments, the reopening of the Clár programme and local improvement scheme, and 1,600 extra Gardaí on our streets. And finally, the agreement brought an end to water charges. As we face into the deep uncertainty of Brexit, the arrangement has provided stability. Preparing our state for Brexit runs through our approach to this budget like a seam of rock. By honouring the Confidence and Supply Agreement, Fianna Fáil has delivered for people across Ireland. As has been alluded to, housing is the key test for this budget and for this government. Its fight for the right to have a safe and secure roof over your head as a basic starting point of any decent life. The homelessness crisis that scars our towns and cities challenges us to act decisively. The plight of tenants struggling to make ends meet as spiralling rents drain more and more of their income demands action. The dream of home ownership is slipping away from a generation, and it needs intervention. Too often, as has been said, the government has been focused on spin over substance. Since coming into power, Fine Gael has launched Construction 2020, Social Housing Strategy 2020, Rebuilding Ireland 2016, Capital Plan 2012, 2015 Capital Plan and the 2018 Capital Plan. 6 separate plans, and they exclude the numerous relaunches we've seen of them all. That is more launches than local authority homes built in several counties so far this year. Now is the time for real ambition and genuine delivery. The state needs to get back building on the same kind of scale that defined the ambition of the 30s. To address the housing crisis, a major capital injection is needed. Today's announcement falls short of that, but it is a start and a move in the right direction compared to the last number of years. The £60 million boost to homeless funding must be the beginning of a campaign to end the nightmare of emergency accommodation that so many families have been locked into. We also need value from the investment that we make. The protracted delays and blame game between the Department and local authorities do nothing for the 10,000 homeless or the 100,000 plus languishing on waiting lists. We have worked and sought for an increase in local authorities' discretion to build without undergoing the four-stage process, and we've been successful in that regard. Cutting through red tape and focusing on getting bricks and mortars in the ground has to be at the heart of the government's focus on delivery. Fianna Fáil believes in home ownership. We believe the state has a central role to play in supporting home ownership and ensuring that each generation can have the chance only, to own their own home. And in order to make that dream a reality, we have fought for and succeeded in putting in place a revamped affordable housing scheme to be launched in this budget. And this is designed to help those above social housing income levels but struggling to afford a home of their own. In contrast to the scheme initiated by the Minister in June, it will quadruple the funding and set out new criteria. A £100 million fund per annum over the next 3 years will see some 6,000 units in train by 2021. This is the beginning, and in combination with the new Land Development Agency, it should be able to play a greater role in delivering decent, affordable homes in the years to come. These units will be available for a sale price of an average of $200,000, allow for single earners up to $50,000 and joint income earners up to $75,000. In the rental sector too, we need to retain and attract landlords to prevent losing the badly needed supply of their units, which are so vital in the emergency and immediacy of the problem that we have. The acceleration of mortgage interest relief is a step in the right direction. Much more work we realise is needed on incentivising long-term leasing that will facilitate tenants who want stability in their accommodation and deserve stability in their accommodation. I expect further work on this in the upcoming finance bill. It is easy for snake oil salesmen to spin easy solutions to this crisis or shout from the sidelines. However, this crisis deserves more than to be kicked about in the game of politics. We are committed to the more difficult route of holding government to account and seeking to ensure delivery. We know that this is going to be a long fight, a fight for a decent home for every citizen, but I want every family to know that we are on their side, not simply for the grandstanding on this day, but day in, day out, and we are fighting their corner, let it be said. Yeah. Minister, I'd like to mention the issue of Mica in the north west of the country, particularly Donegal and Mayo. You made a commitment to address this issue in the coming year, and we would expect to see the detail of that during the course of the year and a revised estimate to accommodate it. Before I comment on the expenditure of health, I believe it's important to acknowledge and sympathise with Emma Vic Mahuna's family following her death earlier this week. Emma always spoke bravely about the need for quality, accountability and reform in our health service. She wanted this to protect her 5 young children as they got older. She wanted a health service that we could be proud of rather than making it a political football. She spoke passionately about the need for change, for the recommendations of the Scally inquiry to be implemented. It's in all our interest, and there should be all-party agreement to ensure that this is delivered in her memory and many others, and for all the women and families affected following the recent cervical check revelations. Yes, Jay, Gareva Hanum. The state of our health service continues to be a stain in our society. Morale among health professionals, such as doctors and nurses, has hit rock bottom. GPs are being forced to close their practices to new patients. Many are even leaving the country. Consultants are warning of shortages in specialist areas, and there are too few acute and mental health hospital beds available. As a result, patients are feeling it on the ground. Nearly 1 million people are on waiting lists, and thousands of patients continue to lie on trolleys. The government's health policy, I'm afraid, has failed, and yet they would like us all to believe that the public health care system is a lost cause, that no matter who is in government, it can't be improved. As Sean Lemass once said, defeatist attitude now would surely lead to defeat. We cannot opt out of the future. We can't afford the fatalism the government has taken to our health service. We need, expect and want to realise real ambition and energy to build it into a service our state can be proud of. In negotiations for the Confidence and Supply Agreement, Fine Gael bitterly opposed the reactivation of the National Treatment Purchase Fund. And it's because of Fianna Fáil and the Confidence and Supply Agreement that that fund is now up and running and having a real impact on the services patients are receiving. We welcome the added investment to the NTPF announced in today's budget package. We welcome the reduction in drug payment scheme threshold. Prescription charge rate for older patients and the extension of medical cards are drawn from that agreement to reduce medical costs, which was our intention. It's a welcome respite for vulnerable patients struggling to make ends meet. The Sláintecare report sets out a sustainable pathway forward for our public health service. Regrettably, the implementation plan fails to include any costings or financial backing. Without such a financial foundation, we fear Sláintecare will simply gather dust and fail to bring the reform our public health service so desperately needs. The money announced today falls far short of the ambition that was contained in Sláintecare. The recurring overspend in the Department of Health is symptomatic of this lack of focus. This year, the Department will be 700 million over budget. And once again, it's the revenue from corporation tax that will be used to fill that hole. For a government claiming to be prudent and responsible, unfortunately, this is neither. With an ageing population, we need to see far more support for people living at home with dementia or with a disability, or the elderly and infirm. Enabling people to live in their own home, if they choose to, should be and has to be a core goal. We've worked for an increase in funding for home help and home care packages that will have a real impact on their carers. We need to see the HSE service plan realise this. We need to see up to 1 million hours of increased home help hours. We need to see up to 2,000 home help packages. We need to see dementia care advisors appointed to meet the deficit and to help assist with that terrible vista that is facing many families across the country today. Mental health care was also a central part of the Confidence and Supply arrangement, and a vision for change needs to be fully implemented. The additional 55 million to this budget is welcome and needs to be matched into the future. The full rollout of this strategy must remain a key objective for this government. Of course, no healthcare system, public or private, can function without a fully resourced and motivated workforce. The level of work and care our health professionals provide for patients in their darkest hour cannot and should never be underestimated. The shortage of GPs in Ireland is reaching critical proportions. GPs, the length and breadth of our country, as I said earlier, provide vital healthcare services to communities, and without them the entire health system may cease to function. According to the HSE, Ireland is facing a shortage of between 493 and 1,380 GPs by 2025. GPs across the country are closing their practices to new patients, leaving people without this vital element of healthcare. And instead people, of course, are having to report to accident and emergency, where the trolley crisis is already at epidemic levels. Until we start to value our GPs, we'll face many similar situations. The government, you need to commit to a process to restore FEMPI cuts for GPs if we are to stand any chance of meeting the health requirements of the public. Count Corlin, Minister, I want to raise the issue of Section 39 workers because it continues. When Fianna Fáil raised this issue time and time again, the government dismissed the issue, ignored it and ignored the workers. The standard response was that these people were not public sector workers and so did not deserve pay restoration. Aside from being grossly unfair, hospices and other such organisations which provide vital health services to communities throughout the country were left in the unenviable position of either leaving workers without restoration or cutting services. We welcome the outcome of the WRC process in recent weeks, but in a wider sense, the funding of voluntary Section 39 organisations needs and has to be addressed. The government, of course, is of the view that the funding is sufficient. We all know hospices provide palliative care to thousands of patients throughout the country. Many of these hospices are facing funding deficits, and there is a real prospect that services will need to be cut. Their pleas to government to date have fallen on deaf ears. With the growing number of two-income families in Ireland, the need for additional childcare services and supports are now required more than ever. There simply is not enough capacity at the moment to deal with the demand, and the costs have exploded. Hard-working families are being placed under ferocious pressure. Loved ones are often needed to fill the gap. Many parents, mostly women, are being forced to curtail their career to stay at home because childcare is so expensive. And that's notwithstanding the increases we've seen today in the eligibility. In relation to Minister Ross, who's been trying to appeal to grannies like a political Dickie Rock, it's as if it's a 2-for-1 price of granny grants does not constitute childcare policy. This is a key priority for Fianna Fáil. Paid parental leave and subsidy increases must be part of a broader suite of measures, including shared maternity leave, to broaden out the capacity of parents to share those responsibilities. The additional resources announced are but a drop in the ocean, unfortunately, as well-intentioned as they are. The prolonged delays in the rollout of an affordable childcare scheme, which seems to be moving further and further away, rather than getting closer, begs serious questions of the department. We need a far more radical approach to deliver childcare, with the state driving it on. Fianna Fáil has always been and believed, and continues to believe, that a well-functioning public service with appropriately paid public servants is the bedrock of an equal and prosperous society, the bedrock of an Ireland for all. And this is why public sector pay and conditions formed a key part of the confidence and supply arrangement. We supported the negotiations between the government and the unions in the Public Service Stability Agreement. We supported and facilitated the enactment of the subsequent legislation. However, major issues of public pay and equality were not addressed. The dismissive attitude taken by government served to add fuel to the already growing fire. Fianna Fáil called for pay equalisation for post-2011 workers from the very beginning and pushed an amendment to the public service pay legislation, forcing the government to act. The recent agreement represents a sea change in policy for the government, and one that we welcome. Unions are in the process of considering the agreement, and we await the outcome of that process, but concerns have already been raised over the length of time it will take to achieve full pay equality. Many commentators have criticised the amount of pay public servants have received over the last number of years. That commentary is misguided. For if public pay was so high, why would there be a shortage of nurses, doctors, consultants, members of our armed forces, and in some cases a shortage of teachers to teach our children? The fact of the matter is that in key parts of our public service, most notably in health, we have huge shortages in key positions. I welcome that the government has implemented here today the recommendations of the Public Service Pay Commission, but it would be a mistake not to think that this in itself will address the significant shortages in key areas of the public service. A fair society requires a social protection system that provides vital supports to those who need them most. Having a strong social protection package over the last two budgets ensured that the least well-off benefit the most over the past two budgets. While some look down on those receiving social protection, Fianna Fáil most certainly does not. For this reason, we negotiated for a strong social protection package in this budget. We called for and delivered an increase of €5 in the state pension and similar increases in the disability allowance, unemployment benefit and the carers allowance, bringing the total increase under this agreement across all scales to €15. When people take the risk of starting their own business, they need to be given adequate protection if that business fails or they're forced out of work. We called for the PRSI relief to be extended to the self-employed, and I welcome that this has been delivered. The social protection package negotiated in this budget is consistent with the previous two and will provide much-needed relief to the people on the ground. In relation to education, it is of course the cornerstone of a prosperous state. It is the ladder of opportunity for every generation. That's why Fianna Fáil has fought to advance it in the confidence and supply arrangement. The pupil-teacher ratio has been successfully reduced. Guidance counsellors restored and postgrad grants reopened for low and income students. Far more needs to be done if education is to continue to be a viable path forward for all children, regardless of where they are from. Too often, parents are expected to make voluntary contributions to the running of our schools. This is yet another expense for families to stump up. Fianna Fáil believes that no parent should be asked to make such contributions and that free education should be free education. The increase in the capitation grant of around €10 million for schools in a given year is a welcome step, but much more progress is needed in this regard. In relation to justice, the most important function of the state is to provide safety and security to the people, so that communities throughout the country can live in peace. Garda Síochána are in the front line in that quest. They often provide comfort to those undergoing unimaginable trauma. They continuously tackle the violent criminal gangs that are far too common in Ireland today and they police our roads so that lives can be saved from the carnage of motor accidents. Morale in the force has taken a significant hit in recent times, and reform of the organisation is essential. Implementing the recommendations of the Commission of the Future of Policing must be a priority for Government. Key to that reform, however, is having enough Gardaí on the street. For this reason, increasing Garda numbers to 15,000 was a fundamental part of our 2016 manifesto and subsequently the confidence and supply arrangement. With 800 new Gardaí on the street in 2019 and in rural areas, the force will be better placed to serve the public and tackle crime. In relation to defence, the current strain on our defence forces is not only a risk to the country, it is also deeply disrespectful to the men and women who serve this country. Our sailors continue to perform heroically in very difficult circumstances in the Mediterranean. Our soldiers are deployed in some of the most hostile environments on the planet, and they continue to do this country proud in the way that they do it, in seeking to bring peace and stability to regions tormented by war. Here at home, the Defence Forces defend this state with dedication and honour. It is altogether shameful that we continue to hear of the conditions our men and women in that force have to put up with. The next stage of the Public Service Pay Commission, which will deal with this issue and focus on the pay and condition of our armed services. The current situation cannot continue. A pathway for fair pay and conditions of our defence forces and the personnel within it must be put in place. Urgent action is required to tackle climate change. It is now certain that Ireland may miss its climate change targets under the European Union Energy Directive and the Paris Agreement. It will not only be damaging to us financially, but be catastrophic if every nation fails to meet its targets as well. Ireland will be particularly vulnerable if climate change becomes irreversible. Last year, my predecessor and colleague, Deputy Calleary, indicated there was a need to ensure a new national development plan was climate-proofed. It has now emerged that no such proofing took place, which just goes to show where Fine Gael may stand on the issue. As Deputy McGrath alluded to, the agri-food sector is most vulnerable to the impacts of Brexit, no matter how Brexit actually unfolds. Farmers up and down the country are living in fear of what Brexit may bring. If a no-deal Brexit takes place, then this sector will be put under absolute ferocious pressure. Family farms will be particularly vulnerable. I welcome the launch of the new pilot scheme, the environmental suckler cow scheme for what it is. It is shocking that a Brexit loan scheme announced last year has not yet been established. It's yet another example, unfortunately, of Fine Gael failing to deliver for farmers in this country. Their cash flow is already under severe pressure. Low-cost credit is critical to helping them survive, and they expected that facility to have been available to them long before now. Minister Creed confirmed last week at committee that it will be open for applications in early 2019, which gives very little time to adjust to Brexit, which is set to materialise in whatever form on the 29th of March 2019. Ceann Comhairle, the decline of rural towns and villages continues to be a major issue facing our country. There is a clear disconnect between the more prosperous urban areas and rural Ireland. The decline of the post office network is just the latest in a series of blows to rural Ireland. Banks too have closed their branches, leaving local businesses high and dry, and the government have failed to deliver on broadband. The National Broadband Plan now lies in tatters and on the brink of downright collapse, although we hope not. This is having a devastating impact on rural towns and villages where broadband connection has the potential to breathe new life into an area. With support from the government, rural areas can be reinvigorated. In the 2016 election, Fianna Fáil, we had called for the expansion of the Leader programme and the reopening of the Clár scheme, along with local improvement scheme. Minister Ring's department seems to be the Cinderella of the Cabinet. The underspending in the department does not bode well for having any positive impact on rural communities. Leader in the Town and Village Renewal Scheme, as welcome as they may be and as good intentioned as they are falling far behind profile. Once again, delivery on announcements comes back to haunt the government. Rural Ireland deserves better. The tourism sector will obviously be disappointed about the VAT increase, particularly the small, medium hotel and restaurant owners in rural and border areas. I welcome the 35 million for the tourist sector that was announced to help to counteract that and to alleviate those pressures. And I look forward to listening to the Minister Ross, that is, who is Minister in this area, on how exactly this allocation will be utilised. Our national language and rich culture is not simply an economic asset, it is an intrinsic part of who we are as a people. I and my party are disappointed with the lack of progress on further funding for the Irish language in achieving the aims of the 20-year strategy. Our tradition of sporting endeavour too, across a wide range of fields, has always done us proud. Funding for sports needs to be more than just a PR stunt for Minister Ross at Dublin Airport. Fine Gael's dire record in capital expenditure for 2011 has left Ireland lagging far behind its international competitors and struggling to cope with a growing population. The crises in health and housing are testament to that neglect and will now take years to resolve. Earlier this year, the Government announced amid much fanfare a new and glossy National Development Plan. And under that plan, we were to see new schools, new hospitals, new transport links, new roads, new Garda stations, for example. Critically, and all too characteristically, the report was notoriously scant on detail. And given the appalling nature of housing and health in this country, one is entitled to ask when these new capital projects will actually be delivered. The Summer Economic Statement confirmed, yes, that €1.5 billion extra in capital expenditure was to be spent in 2019. This in itself is to be welcomed, as said. But when asked what this €1.5 billion would be spent on specifically, there was precious little by way of concrete plans. On numerous occasions I asked the Government to provide details both here in this House and in the Budget Oversight Committee. Frankly, the answers I received were equally scant on detail, and I regret to say they displayed the same pattern of all other plans introduced by this Government, and indeed the last. Will the national plan be delivered for the people of Ireland? I sincerely hope so, but I fear not. Fianna Fáil plan, we believe, was a serious mistake, and I fear and worry that the plan will now drift and the deadlines will be missed. We need a clear transport plan for Dublin City too. The growing population, the capital is already bursting at its seams, and major transport blockages are emerging. We need more buses rather than fewer, and we need key transport links to the airport, for example. Count Corley, Minister and members, this budget represents, as has been alluded to by myself and my colleague, the third budget under the confidence and supply arrangement. Many predicted that we wouldn't even get to the first one. Many predicted we wouldn't get through the removal of water charges. Many predicted we would not achieve a second budget, let them mention a third. I am firm in my belief that Fianna Fáil has made a positive impact on the direction that this Government can take. Make no mistake about it, it is not a position we would have wanted before the 2016 general election. But when Ireland required a stable government, we chose to act in so doing, change the direction that the country was heading. Every member of this House seeks to serve the citizens of this country and seeks to improve the quality of life for the public. We cannot allow our politics in this country to fragment in a way that leaves the door open for extremist groups who would have and impose their views on society. We must serve the public. We must give them the vital public services that they require. We must create an environment that enables them to work in a decent job so that they can provide for themselves and their family, and we must ensure that they have a safe roof over their heads. We believe that only by working towards these aims can we achieve a prosperous and fair Ireland. This budget is certainly not the budget we may have written, but there is little doubt that this budget is a fairer one because of our input into it, through the confidence and supply arrangement. Through often difficult discussions, as I said earlier, and messy compromises, we have upheld our side of the agreement. And we look forward to the finance bill, as I said earlier, to address some of the issues that have not necessarily been detailed in the context of the budget itself. We look forward to the revised estimates in some areas, again to account for some of the commitments that we received during the course of our exchanges. And we look forward, as I said earlier, to, because of our input into this budget, it being a fairer one that can accommodate the needs of all, but essentially thankful of the fact that we have presided over 3 budgets that did what they said in the tin in relation to the ratio of vital public services over and above taxation. Thank you.
Pearse Doherty.
May I just say at the start, it's all well and good for Fianna Fáil to come in here and make jokes, but to quote Brendan Behan, Deputy Cowan, Brendan Behan also said it's a good deed to forget a poor joke, and maybe you should take that in mind. But Fine Gael's budget is a poor joke, but Fianna Fáil, I must say, laughing in the face of homeless children is even worse. So let me remind you of the backdrop to this budget that you have carved out with Fine Gael. It is a backdrop of 10,000 citizens who are homeless, 4,000 of them children, 4,000 lives, 4,000 childhoods forever altered because of Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil's policies, to simply unable to present a budget that took their sides. These are children whose only offence was to be born into parents who fell in hard times. And how many times must we tell the stories like Amanda, a teenage girl who's living in a hotel room and whose life is passing her by? How many times do stories like that need to grip the nation before you finally present a budget capable of addressing this crisis? When a teenage girl made homelessness by the policies of your government, Minister, your government and their policies, when she had to pour her heart out on national radio to get notice, what does that say about you and your government and your last budgets? When you announced your first Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil confidence and supply budget, Amanda was in emergency accommodation. When you came here last year and announced your second confidence and supply budget with Deputy McGrath, Amanda was still in emergency accommodation. And today, as you took to your feet, Amanda is still homeless. And Minister, we know that there's 10,000 other Amandas out there, and for them, budget day is like Groundhog Day. And the question people ask is, why should they trust anything will change in budget 2019? Will anything be different? Will we be standing again in this chamber next year and talking about Amanda or another Amanda? And the answer to that is probably yes, Minister. The answer to that is yes, because despite all of the numbers that you threw out on the floor of the House today, when you look into the detail of the documents, on page 120, when it looks at the additional capital investment that you provided to the Department of Housing, it is a paltry €80 million. €80 million in the face of a social crisis that this state has never seen before. And Deputy McGrath has the cheek to stand up and say that this is a housing budget. €800 million available, and then increased by another €700 million in additional tax revenues. That's €1,500 million available discretionary to deal with in this budget, and you allocate an additional €80 million in capital. Shame on you. Shame on you. And it's a betrayal of the people who are in emergency accommodation. It is a betrayal of those who can't afford the rental prices that are being charged in this state. It is a betrayal of the number of adults who currently have to live in home because they cannot afford a house. And you say that this is a housing budget. It is far from it. We know that we didn't get here overnight. No event of the past 10 years has shaped the value or the attitudes of the people of this island more than the bankers' crash of 2008. It shook this island, every family, every community to their core. And out of the ashes emerged a type of bargain that was foisted on the Irish people, forged in the crisis boardrooms of the political and of the financial class. With the economy on its knees, with fear and worry lingering over families in the state, a great scandal was invented. It was the long scam. It was a story that somehow the Irish people were to blame for the greed and negligence of the privileged, the untouchable few. And the story went that we all partied and we all must pay. It was written mostly by the pen of those nameless bankers in white collars, the architect of the economic chaos, men who had obscene wealth at the expense of the livelihood, the trust and the dignity of the Irish people. It was a story, Minister, absorbed and dispensed by the political class, by your party in this chamber and the party opposite. It was a story with a single-minded purpose, to deflect blame from those who caused the crisis. And all of a sudden it became the creed of those who should have felt the force of the anger. As a society we splurged, as a society we must pay, was the mantra. And so, Minister, the people paid, they suffered and they endured. And this day, Budget Day, became a practice of blame and scorn on the Irish people. It was a grim litany of one of the greatest frauds of ideological scandals ever concocted by the leaders of the state. But it was endured. It was endured because the story only worked when it rested on the other part of the bargain. Again and again, the Irish people were told, pay the costs and reap the rewards later. And all the while they dangled, your government and others dangled that hope for a better future in front of them. And so the people waited in isolated rural communities, which I come from, and many others watched as their way of life collapsed around them. Entire generations of our best and youngest were forced to immigrate, and countless families watched as their incomes disappeared and the cost of living simply became unaffordable in this state. But the story in the bargain continued. Suffer now and you will enjoy later. And Minister, no doubt as you presented this budget to the House with an election looming and definitely in your mind, you could have convinced the Irish people that the story was at an end. But now it is time to be honest. Because níl éon bunchig in budget seo ná an cin ribh leis an bábá bhí i bualadh agur na daoine le deich mbliana nuas. Ní raibh sé deanta ach le bartas déine thar a grí ná ní ihe deise a chóirt amach ar an náam ceart. Níl botan sealada dó hachta a bé an cruachtan a ba chúrútha ar once in the héireann le dár na blianta nuas. Because every step that you have taken and your government have taken have been a deliberate one. It has been a journey of the political class that was calculated and very clearly deliberate. There were choices that you propose today that are sounded and grounded in the ideas that are advanced by people who saw their moment in time of crisis. The dividends following years of hardship endured by Irish people are not being shared fairly by Fine Gael or Fianna Fáil in this budget. Austerity was the excuse then in the past, stability is the excuse now, and when the time is right, another excuse will be found. And this budget is the latest step in a vision for Ireland. It is a vision that sees Ireland as a land divided between the elites and the struggling. It sets two sets of rules, those who must prosper always and those who will always struggle. It is a vision that fanned the embers of the cultures of greed that corrupted this state in the past decade. It breathed life into the rotten culture of banks and the wealthiest in society. It was, don't worry, your day will come again. And these are the families that suffered, that played their part in the bargain. So the question to you, Minister, is where is the reward? Will Budget 2019 give them the health service that they can rely on? Will they have a place to call home? Will it result in shared prosperity? Will it check the excessive wealth and power at the top? The answer to all of those questions, unfortunately, are no. The government has presented a budget that attempts to buy the silence of the Irish people, that attempts to sell Irish citizens the status quo, that offends their sense of decency and which they know is wrong. And they have watched as this Minister for Finance and before him presented budget after budget to the Irish people who are simply blind to the human suffering that is all around us. The people of this island, you know, Minister, and I know, were brought up on a set of values that said how we treat those most in need is a real measure of a person. Indeed, it is the only true measure of a meaningful society. But yet 100,000 workers, people who go to work early in the morning, do their day's work, return home to a life of poverty because their wages can't cover the cost of living. 1 in 5 citizens in the state are on a waiting list for basic medical care in one of the richest countries in the world. And almost a quarter of Irish workers are low paid by international standards. And all of this is happening on your watch. Too many parents, predominantly women, must give up on their career ambitions because they are beggared by the cost of childcare. Countless more others are heartbroken and in work, and while their children are being minded by others because the high cost of living demands that 2 wages have to come into the house just to simply keep the house going. Too many families, Minister, have no rainy day fund of their own. They're doing fine now, getting just by, but they're only ever a few paychecks away from difficulty. A kitchen appliance failing, the car breaking down, an illness striking, any number of things that could quickly become a game changer for them and their families. And the dividends of recent growth could have been and should have been shared fairly and more effectively. But that means that they should have been targeted in the right way. Budget 2019 should have focused on reducing the cost of necessities so that people's income could go further at the end of the week, so that ordinary people can live a good life now without fear of the future. But Budget 2019 has fallen short in that regard. Booming banks, vulture funds have more backing from this government than the renters whose wage continues to fill the pockets of landlords. And you present this budget. As you do that, this is the real story of Irish society. People who will not have the benefit from what you have announced today. Seo de bhfuair an clas a bhí ag imirtí Fine Gael agus na haicmí pleitiach agus éh go fáil imirte acu. Most citizens know this story only too well. A cost of living crisis which made it impossible for countless families to make ends meet or to plan for their future. And that simply, I can only deduce because the government doesn't understand. You've had 7 years now, 7 budgets, 3 in lockstep with Fianna Fáil. And what has changed for those young people and those without a stake in society? Young people still today cannot aspire to have what their parents had before them. They tell us all the time that the rental pressures are taking every last disposable penny from them. They tell us that they can never aspire to own our own home in the capital, and yet there is no measures, no significant measures in this budget that would address that section of society. Had deacon to an anrot ag bunchlish and rate a genuig dini agus yet either de horje, fwy keaku a nihi shid a kurds doctor no a nihi shid or son grocery don shafton. Ni higan to an emniator dini nor a ten car le hortguji and mechanicor no ages scholar a yeshu. And that's the problem. You rule as a minority for a minority, and this is their budget. It is an insult to the struggling majority who see little in today's budget for themselves. It is a budget for landlords. There's no doubt about that. You've ticked that box, and I'm sure Fianna Fáil had all their fingerprints over that. It is a budget for banks. They will keep their tax holiday. They won't pay a penny tax for the next 20 years. And it is a budget for the status quo that has outright failed the people of Ireland. And no further proof is needed than the minimum wage proposal that you presented today. Irish workers who get up early, who put in a hard day's graft for wages which should cover the basic cost of living. That's a very simple proposal. But yet, despite the fact that these are the wealth creators in society, you have given them nothing to lift the worry and help them pay their bills. An increase in 25 cents in the minimum wage. Minister, these workers deserve at least 3 times that amount what the government are proposing. What they should have been looking forward to next year is a pay rise of $1,500 under Sinn Féin's proposals, but instead what they face into next year is their financial hardship every bit as stifling as it was the year before. Civil service and public sector workers will also have to wait. They will still have to wait for a living wage, which this government still has not delivered for them. People in our public services providing the services that people depend on, and they still aren't being provided a living wage. And they're also waiting for the right for basic pay equality. This government continues to stand over a reprehensible policy of paying public sector workers less pay for the exact same work of their colleagues. And Minister, maybe you will tell me this. Why is it that some of these public sector workers will have to wait to 2025 to have this basic right recognised, while you and your Fine Gael colleagues will enjoy a cosy pay rise over the next weeks? Over the past 4 budgets, Minister, you have taken over €2 billion out of the income tax base, while creating crisis after crisis in our public services. €2 billion you brought out of USC and income taxes at a time when we have 707,000 people on hospital waiting lists, at a time when there are hundreds of patients in hospital trolleys, needing medical care, admitted to the hospital but not a bed for them to lie in, at a time when we have 10,000 and 4,000 children in emergency accommodation. €2 billion you took out of the income tax base. And today you went further. You announced another 284 million. 284 million compared to the 80 million of additional resources above the National Development Plan that you're going to put into housing. And that sums up the priority of Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. And maybe Michael McGrath might tell us how this is a housing budget. How can this be a housing budget when you only provide €80 million? And yet, for those 18% of highest income earners in the state, they get €130 million of a tax deduction. That is the bankrupt policies of Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. And no matter what way you dress it up, the people are not fools. They see through it. You will deliver just over 400 additional social houses in 2019. It is pathetic, Minister, in terms of the scale of the crisis that we have in housing at this point in time. But your job is to keep the base happy, to tick the boxes, to try and buy the silence and hope people will turn a blind eye to the crises that are unfolding before them, whether that be in housing, whether that be in the cost of living, or whether that be in our health sector. But token tax cuts will not lower the cost of living for the overwhelming majority of families today. They will not make it cheaper to rent a home, to buy a home. They will not give them peace of mind of sending their children to childcare, which is now the cost of a second mortgage. And we have been here before. A clamour of tax cuts driven by certain sectors left us exposed and vulnerable in the past. The Minister thinks we can afford it because corporation tax receipts are on the up. Replace corporation tax with stamp duty and we're back to 2007. And no matter how many times you say it, that this is prudent, this is responsible, this isn't whittling out the tax base, what you are doing is crazy. It is absolutely daft that you're repeating mistakes of Charlie McCreevy at that time during the boom. You should not be whittling out the most sustainable tax that we have and based on fleeting corporation tax receipts. Promise tax cuts to the base to keep them happy, undermine our public finances and run our public services into the ground is the mantra. Minister, for you and your party, you have long been spreading fear about tax in our society, taxes in which society itself depends upon. And this is fear-mongering and Sinn Féin rejects it out of hand. You're incapable of taking on the issue of high-wealth individuals and their tax responsibilities. There are more millionaires and billionaires in this state than ever before, while more and more people continue to suffer from week to week. The recent report by the Controller and Auditor General made it clear how easy it is to avoid tax in Ireland if you have the wealth to do it. The CNAG stated that looking at the taxable income of the 140 high net worth individuals, these are individuals with assets in excess of €50 million, they had taxable incomes of less than €125,000. But it gets worse. 83 of these individuals who have over €50 million in assets in Ireland had taxable income of less than the average industrial wage. Indeed, they were paying more to their tax advisors than they were to the revenue commissioners, paying a lesser rate to somebody that is today working in one of our supermarkets or working in our hairdressers. It is absolutely a scandal and not a dicky bird today from the Minister to deal with the fact that this is happening under your watch. It is your job to make these people pay their fair share, but you don't seem interested in doing that. Tá caiime ré go brád armsa mar orlóirí airgid Sinn Féin agus mo fuairtí gur higlinne ré gur léirimid dar rialas ó hío bartachas Kenya agus go gorimid jeú leis an ansaí atá dhéanamh an rialta seo ar thermhaisí pobailí. Sinn Féin and I as finance spokesperson are proud to be a party that says we will tax fairly and tax sensibly and bring this government's attack on public services to an end. Because you can't have it both ways. You can't have a low tax economy and at the same time having decent public services. And what we have made it very clear is that for 99% of the population, they will not see an increase in their tax rates. But it does mean a 45% tax on income above $140,000. That is the tax on the 1%. Yes, Minister, it does include you, but there is no reason why income cannot be generated from this source of revenue to deal with some of the crises that this state is facing. The other revenue-raising measures introduced or updated today, such as the VAT changes, the gambling duty, for example, are fundamentally needed and they're to be welcomed. But I will note a point of caution in relation to some of those. They are needed because this government has increasingly allowed our tax base to be built on sand. The cycle repeats itself every budget time. If we look at betting tax, the increase proposed by the Minister in terms of 2% is the worst possible in my view. And I've studied this at great length. We've argued consistently that betting tax had needed to be introduced, but what you're doing by introducing betting tax at 2% will mean that the big operators such as Paddy Power will absorb that cost, and what you're going to do is put high street betting offices to the wall, with job losses and more closures in rural communities and towns. What should have been done is a 3% increase or a 3% rate on betting duty, which is paid by the punter. And that is the way that you ensure that the big operators cannot absorb it and make sure that we have those other firms continue to operate in our society. And we'll deal with this in terms of the finance bill. But fair taxes need also to be stable and have a clear and transparent intent. The decision to lower VAT to 9% on the Irish hotels was broadly welcomed and reflected the difficulties facing the tourism sector and the industry at that time. But it should have ended before now. Today's decision to reverse the rate was long overdue, and I understand the concern that many in that sector have, particularly in the regions in relation to this rate going back up to 13.5%. But we have to acknowledge that the beneficiaries of this in recent years have been huge international investors, effectively pocketing hundreds of millions in subsidies in Dublin, Cork and Galway hotels. The hotel argument, in my view, is over. It speaks for itself. It's been very clear for the last number of years. Room occupancy and price no longer justifies the sort of subsidy that was available in our capital city and other cities. But I do not agree with the full restoration to the 13.5% rate on pubs and restaurants. I don't believe that that case has been made, and particularly in the face of Brexit, that we should have taken an incremental step there at 11%, and this is something I and my party will revisit at the finance bill. Tesa gunne lig go bhfuil ta tawart agus brahanin Brahin Shervishi Slenche agus Shervishi Pobole agus an Kenny Chartishta. And with each passing year, we know that more and more corporation tax flows into the state's coffers. As the most recent boon, we see that the state collected €9.5 billion in corporation tax. And Minister, we know that that won't be there forever. Sinn Féin has long made the case that it is the responsibility of the Irish Government to shore up and stabilise our public finances, and this budget fails in this regard. And of corporation tax paid, you as Minister for Finance have failed to ease the concentration from where it is collected. Clearly, this is a threat to economic stability, and it must be addressed, but it must also be seen as an opportunity while the revenues flow in, a temporary one, albeit, but it can be used to undo the utter neglect that government has shown, particularly in the area of capital investment. It is an opportunity to use this moment in time to do what you should have done years ago, that is to build houses, to upgrade and invest in our infrastructure. You have gone to great lengths to lecture the nation about prudence over the past years, but building our health funding on sand at a time of crisis is negligence of the highest order. It is absolutely stunning that you are funding healthcare by increased corporation taxes. Everybody and their dog knows that that should not happen. What you should be doing, as Sinn Féin advocated, is using those receipts to actually address the deficit that we had over the last 10 years, not least building social and affordable houses. Our tax base needs stability, but our health service also deserves the same. This budget is not an opportunity for accounting tricks or shortcuts. Seamus Coffey, in his report on Ireland's corporation tax system, argued for the end of the 100% rule that allowed huge multinationals to write off intangible assets onshored here against profits at a rate of 100%. It is still impossible to understand why Minister Noonan introduced that rule in the first place, but when you limited it to 80% last year, you excluded those assets already onshored. Taking these assets, taxing these assets going forward would bring in another €750 million. This is something not only Sinn Féin has argued for, but the expert which your department asked to draft the recommendations has argued for as well. €750 million would be brought in that measure alone, which would nearly 10 times double the additional investment that you've made in social housing. We know that that won't last forever, but it could be used to invest in our capital infrastructure, especially housing for our people. This will be 3 budgets, Minister, which Fianna Fáil and you have shamefully called housing budgets. You stood in this chamber 2 years ago and you told us your budget would lead to a transformation in housing. The Fianna Fáil spokesperson stood in this chamber last year and said this budget will be judged on its record for housing above all else. But with 10,000 people homeless, as they present another housing budget today, their third on the trot, the people of Ireland are casting judgment once and for all. They are demanding that you bring your disgraceful housing and homelessness crisis to an end, or move aside to somebody who will do your job for you. There are thousands of citizens, Minister, young and old, who crowded the streets outside of this building demanding their rights, demanding real, substantial change, and you have delivered them nothing. You have let them down miserably. So what have you given in this budget? 120 million above pre-committed expenditure, 80 million above the National Development Plan commitments for 2019. 490 social houses is the only additionality that will be delivered next year. And then we have the big trick from Fianna Fáil, that they had this big package. The big measure was an affordable housing package. 89 million we find out for 2019. 75 of it is already there. It's already there. Service Site Initiative for 2019 is 75 million. So, and the crisis is now, Michael. The crisis is now. And I know it's difficult for you to swallow that you spent the last 2 weeks in government buildings and you walked out with 14 million for affordable housing. Unbelievable. No wonder the rest of the party is abandoned you.
Deputy Doherty, without interruption, and address the chair.
I think it's important to point out that 75 million in terms of the Service Sites Initiative is there for 2019. Fianna Fáil has found 89 million in total, an additional 14 million. Pathetic amount of money that is needed to address the crisis. And even if it was 89 million, which it's not, what is needed is nearly 10 times that. What we proposed in our alternative budget was that €1 billion of additional investment in capital infrastructure were provided to deal with the social crisis that we have. Not tinkering around the edges and presenting this somehow to what you must believe is a gullible public, that this is really a real and genuine effort to deal with the housing crisis. People in Ireland won't be fooled, and we know that there's measures here for landlords, and indeed more measures that didn't get into the budget that Fianna Fáil were advocating for landlords, because it's clear that you won't get in the way of the privilege, the real estate investors making a fortune of a social tragedy that you both as parties have created. It's never been worse to be a renter, Minister, and it's never been better to be a landlord. And after this budget, nothing will change. Nothing will have changed for Orla. Orla is 28 years of age, Minister. She's a nurse, and like too many nurses, she sees immigration as her only choice. She contacted me so that I speak directly to you today, that I could give voice to an Irish citizen abandoned by their government. Orla wants to give all she can to those in need of help in her hospitals. And right now, she's just doing that. She's given everything to help others in need. But like so many people, forced to the edge each month, she's worried sick about the bills. She dreams of one day of having a family, but she feels that she simply can't afford to. She's a nurse. She's the lifeblood of our health service, who says she avoids going to the doctor when she's sick because she can't afford it. A nurse who can't afford to go and see a doctor when she gets sick. It's a travesty, Minister. It's a failure on your government, a failure of your government and everything it stands for. She wants to be successful and give the best that she can to Irish citizens, but she's forking out over €500 for a single room in Dublin. And Orla's story is the story of an endless cycle of Ireland's most devoted and talented citizens. They have care in their hearts, they love their home country, but they've been let down by your government. And Orla has been forced to endure a housing crisis that is forcing her to consider giving up her job, giving up her dreams, and giving up her homes. And what has changed after Budget 2019 for Orla? Nothing. That's the reality, Minister. You and your government believe it is not the state's job to provide housing. You want to leave it to the market, but the market has clearly failed. You're happy to leave renters to the mercy of the landlords, but all too often landlords are using loopholes to evict tenants and jack up the rents. Between yourselves and Fianna Fáil today, you've presented more solutions for landlords than for struggling tenants and those in dire need of a home, and that says it all. These are landlords who today are collecting rents that are more expensive than any time in the history of the state. The vast majority of landlords who will benefit from increased landlord mortgage interest relief announced today are already raking in VAT profits. By itself, this measure is entirely useless. Minister, this budget is full of handouts and incentives for landlords, but this isn't a landlord's crisis, it is a renter's crisis. For another budget, you refuse to give citizens any relief from the crisis. Freezing rents is what is needed, Minister. We've said it time and time again. Given real certainty is what is required. But you failed to bring in this unforgivable mess to an end because you believe, as Fianna Fáil does, that the market will clean up the mess for you. You're blinded to the solutions because you don't believe in them. But we have proposed, in our alternative, the construction of some 15,000 social and affordable houses in 2019. We've proposed an emergency rent freeze, and we've proposed tax relief for renters equal to a full month's rent. We've put forward radical and ambitious housing packages, targeting the core pillars of the crisis in affordability and supply. But this budget is starved of ambition and focus needed to end this crisis. And how out of touch must Micheál Martin and the Fianna Fáil possibly be to hold a straight face and call this a housing budget? How many times must the names and memories of citizens deprived of basic human rights and the right to their home in their own country, how many times must they ring out in this chamber and the streets outside of this building before you finally get it that you need to invest and build social and affordable housing? Minister, as I said at the beginning of my speech, for what will soon be 3 budgets that you and Fianna Fáil have declared housing budget, Amanda is still homeless. She says her life has been robbed from her. It's been robbed because of the policies of this government. And you're robbing the life chances of 10,000 homeless citizens at this point in time. And this isn't a mild political problem that you can ignore. It is now a social tragedy of historic proportions for which you and your government will forever be blamed. Nothing you can do now will heal your reputation of what this administration has done, and rightfully so. All you can do now is do the right thing, invest and do it now. But for another budget, you failed to do that. They need a rent freeze, they need rent relief, they need to see the doubling of the social and affordable housing in 2019. And Minister, your government is running out of excuses, and Amanda or Orla and the people of Ireland are running out of time. So on the day when you have condemned the state to yet another year of widespread and systematic housing policy failure, let us not mince our words. This government is responsible for creating and repeatedly deepening one of the worst social crises in the history of the state. And you have done that with the support of your colleagues in Fianna Fáil. Because the housing crisis is a direct result of policy failures of the 2 parties passing this budget before the House today. You and you alone are responsible for the failures to invest adequately in social and affordable housing. You could have taken that decision any time over the last 7 years, but you refused to do so. Cutting taxes, ensuring that the wealthiest and elite in society were protected at all times. And what is most frustrating for people, and myself as a public representative and finance spokesperson, is that all of this is avoidable. There is no reason why this supply and competence agreement between Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil has brought forward 3 budgets now that have completely under-budgeted for our health service. Health is one of the most important public services. From some time now, in budget after budget, we've witnessed a systematic underfunding of the health service. The inevitable outcome of that is that the health service cannot deliver the services people need without going over budget because it was underfunded in the first instance, which has resulted in what you like to call an overspend. This budget offered an opportunity to set out a sustainable and credible funding path for health to address capacity issues, to address funding shortage, to deliver on sustainable delivery plan for Fáilte care. But there is no solutions in terms of capacity. We haven't heard any of them. What we got was financial chicanery and budgetary deficit. You have not offered a sustainable way forward for the health service, and your measures have put it at a huge risk in the coming years. You have used unexpected and unreliable corporation tax receipts from a quirk, short-term fix for the health budget. And it's wrong. You have done this on the back of corporation tax bonanza announced during the weekend. And what have you done? You have blindsided the opposition and the public and responded to your chronic underfunding of health by throwing volatile multinational tax receipts at our hospitals, at our primary care centres, instead of putting them onto a sustainable footing. The short-termism of funding a health service of a once-off corporation tax windfall is not just deceptive, but it is extremely dangerous. And we've been here before. They've written the script in the opposition benches in Fianna Fáil. Short-term populism through volatile revenues have the fingerprints of Fianna Fáil all over it. And as you scramble to plug the gap this year with corporate tax receipts which are volatile and heavily concentrated, they simply cannot be depended on. And I'll remind you of the consequences of your neglect. 1 in 5 people are stuck on waiting lists for basic emergency care. They need it, but they can't get it because the system is broken and underfunded now for the last 7 years by your government. There are children with acute illnesses whose chances in life are being thrown away because they can't access the services they need. There are pensioners whose life has been put on hold until they can see a surgeon. And Minister, if this is all that the health system can offer its citizens in a society as wealthy as ours, then this is a sign of unprecedented failure. Around the world, citizens can have their rights met on time, and as a right, not as a consumer. And this is what Irish people deserve, and nothing less will do. But tinkering around the edges will not deliver the health service that is their right. Today, you've proposed a reduction in prescription charges for over 70s by 50 cents and the drug payment scheme threshold by €10. Prescription charges are a tax on ill health, and any measure to lower them is welcome. But your move today on prescription charges and the drug payment scheme are not ambitious enough, and you should have gone a lot further. It's unfortunate that it seems they will only be reduced for the over 70s. These costs are a huge burden to working families as well. Sinn Féin has budgeted for a €1 reduction in prescription charges right across the board as the fairest way to reduce the unfair tax on ill health. Indeed, we also budgeted to lower the drug payment scheme to €100, so it's disappointing that the government is only going to 124. Medicines are completely unaffordable for countless families in the state, and you've done the least you possibly could to change this reality. Today, you have once again failed to end the staffing crisis, which is impacting on public health. We know that nurses and midwives are balloting on rejecting your pay agreement, and we have the distinct possibility of a strike amongst these professions, and yet you chose not to address these issues that are causing a recruitment and retention crisis right across our health system. You have made it clear to them that they'll be waiting until this government is swept aside. Our health service needs real investment, sustainable investment into the future. You have not done that today. Instead, as I said, you've used volatile corporation tax receipts to fund current expenditure in health. You have used the health service as an election tool and put it at danger of collapse in the coming years because your investments are not sustainable. Today you announced additional funding for the National Treatment Purchase Fund, and this has got, again, Fianna Fáil's fingers all over it, and they proudly admit it. It's siphoning public monies to line the pockets of private healthcare. Are private healthcare operators now vying for the top spot on the Fianna Fáil gravy train with the property developers? Because it simply looks that way. And the National Treatment Purchase Fund is short-term populism. As Sarah Burke of the Centre for Health Policy and Management in Trinity College has pointed out, where she says over a decade of pouring hundreds of millions into the NTPF is proof it does not address the underlying causes of the long waits for public patients in the first place. Yet they simply don't get it, and neither do yous in government. Diverting public money into private healthcare is not only wrong, it doesn't make any financial sense in the long run. And while we welcome the extension of GP care for what we understand is up to 100,000 people, this is the first acknowledgement that the government care at all about giving Irish people the healthcare they deserve. But you haven't announced how you'll increase capacity to deliver this. From speaking to GPs this morning, it seems that there's been no consultation about delivering this. Currently, there's no capacity to deliver the levels of care we currently have, and you've done nothing to change this. There should have been dialogue and investment, firstly, in increasing the number of doctors and GP training scheme so we could increase the number of GPs and the capacity to deliver services. This would have enabled patients to be seen for free in a timely manner and not forced to wait for weeks for an appointment or be forced to attend ED departments for treatment. GPs are the cornerstone of our primary care services, and we must ensure that we have a supply of GPs for the whole of the state. But your government completely ignores their concerns and opinions, and you've done nothing to tackle the capacity issues and the crisis that there is in primary care. Expanding primary care must be the start of a long-term plan of investment in health towards a truly universal system based on need, and we must have the capacity to deliver that. If we were serious about free GP care, you would have delivered on this, but you're not, and you simply didn't do that. The only endpoint for our health service is a universal system of world-class care, free at the point of need for every Irish citizen is a birthright. If we want a system truly worthy of the compassion and duty of care of Irish citizens that they show each other, then the government has to fund it, and has to fund it on a sustainable and long-term manner. You were forced with the choice today to sustainably address the systematic problems which were the result of underfunding in the health service over many years, and you chose to engage in the same type of voodoo economics which drove us to financial ruin more than a decade ago. Your actions today regarding the health service put the future sustainability of this most essential public service at even greater risk. And let me say something, Minister, about childcare. Childcare costs are increasing faster than subsidies are matching them. Despite the measures introduced today, which are welcome, many families will continue to pay the equivalent of a second mortgage. With the exception of what citizens must pay for a fundamentally broken system of housing provision, childcare is now a primary burden on family incomes. In fact, for many people, overwhelmingly Irish women, the only means which it can be avoided is to sacrifice their career ambitions. This says to those women that their lives aren't equal. How many careers were set aside because care for children was simply out of reach, Minister? Tackling the cost of childcare is one thing, but introducing meaningful reform to the sector is also important. Sinn Féin have proposed to slash the cost of childcare in half. But most importantly, we would make an allocation to make the minimum entry-level wage for childcare workers a real living wage. This would be a core component of a new comprehensive sector-wide agreement that improves working conditions and quality of services across providers in the state. Furthermore, we would increase capitation grants to childcare providers next year to enhance core funding and drive quality improvements. And these are the decisions that are needed to give Irish people and the public the services they deserve and the services that they have earned, having endured your austerity programmes for years. Minister, we faced many challenges as we face into the uncertainty of Brexit. And in recent weeks, if recent weeks are anything to go by, the Tory-DUP alliance is hell-bent on inflicting as much economic damage to this island as it is within their power. And citizens need their right protected, and businesses need certainty. This will be one of the biggest political and economic challenges of a generation, and the Irish people need proactive government willing to step in and invest in their needs. This is with or without the hardening of Britain's border in Ireland. Whatever outcome of Brexit, the outcome for Ireland won't be good. As a priority, we need to do all that we can to prepare the economy for the many rocky Brexit years ahead. This means investing in education across all levels. It means additional capital investment, and it means investing in the full potential of small and medium businesses on this island. These are urgent objectives for your government, and this budget shows another missed opportunity to achieve them. What is needed to help upgrade the capacity of SMEs is a further investment in their digital profile. A fifth have no digital presence at all. A third can't process orders online. But nothing in this budget will give struggling SMEs this backing. The budget needed to drive productivity among small businesses at a time of uncertainty. Making R&D tax credits more accessible to small enterprises would have been of vital importance to their fortunes in the future, and also increasing the rate that they could claim those credits at from 25 to 30, at which they could benefit These are measures that Sinn Féin proposed, but these are measures that you turned your face against. If this is a Brexit budget, Minister, then it must be, then it has failed to give the investment needed to get our economic house in order. We would have increased funding to Enterprise Ireland to a record level of £300 million, an additional allocation of £27 million, increased support for the IDA to continue to drive FDI in difficult time ahead, and particularly in our regions. But it will need to do that with the support of others. And while this budget delivers a £1.5 billion increase in capital spending this year, this is just barely enough to undo the damage of years of neglect by this government, where we had the lowest per investment in capital among our EU competitors. Having allowed a bottleneck to develop, there is also doubts of whether you have the ability to deliver on this spending. To give real certainty to any capital plans, this budget needed to invest in a new generation of Irish workers. It needed thousands of more people learning trades and getting involved in apprenticeships, more than has been forecast by your government. It needed investment to support those positions and to encourage more women to learn these essential skills. And quite simply, Minister, it failed to deliver on any of this. It hasn't been ambitious enough in this regard. And as part of Brexit, there is an opportunity to develop a long-term and more sustainable vision for Irish industry and enterprise. Unsurprisingly, it is an opportunity not seized on in this budget. The productivity gap between booming multinationals and our indigenous sector is growing. In many ways, this is creating two economies on our island, a high-profit, high-wage and extremely low-tax environment for billionaire tech firms, and a much lower-wage, less productive cohort of small and medium businesses whose biggest markets and opportunities for growth are now receding. In recent years, the exports of small and medium enterprises on this island have become increasingly concentrated in Britain and the United States, the President of the latter referring to these exports as his foe. World-class public services must be supported by a dynamic and cutting-edge private sector, but it must be socially responsible, rooted in community, and workers will have a real stake. Sinn Féin wants to rebalance our economy, and we believe Ireland and its workers deserve a new and ambitious industrial policy. This must rebalance meaningful and productive economic activity to ensure that it takes place in every community on our island. While the damaging impact of Brexit becomes increasingly clear, there is increased urgency for the development of a more stable vision for our economy, more stable and transparent economic growth, more stable and dependable corporation tax receipts, a greater diversity of more reliable export markets, and attracting high-level value-added operations to our border, rural and western hinterlands. Now is the time to invest, and now is the time to give Irish businesses and Irish citizens a bold vision for the future. And when support is needed, Minister, it is needed most of all for the most vulnerable in society. You and the Taoiseach have said many times, or the Minister for Finance and the Taoiseach have said many times, that this budget will reverse all social protection payments cuts made in the past. But it's simply untrue. What about the blatant discrimination against young people in search of work? Is their need of a basic income any less than someone a year or two older than them? 18 to 24-year-olds expected to live on €112 per week, while almost 8,000 of them are long-term unemployed, pushing them into further poverty. You have continued Fianna Fáil's discrimination against our young people, and you have widened the gap between job seekers and those over 26 years of age by €92.70. And what about social welfare recipients suffering from celiac disease, who used to get a little supplement to help towards the high cost of their medically necessary diet? Or what about the sufferers of throat cancer and stroke, forced on a liquid-only diet? Your government abolished that supplement too back in 2014, yet you didn't reverse it. And while you've increased social welfare payments, you're forcing those living week in, week out to wait till March until they can access it. You have not completely reversed the so-called era of austerity cuts, and you're prolonging some of the most vicious cuts made to social welfare. And while you've finally vested some of what is needed in people, don't pretend that it's nearly enough to cope with the cost of living crisis that has been forced onto them. And don't pretend, Minister, that you've not prolonged the suffering of people with disabilities, of lone parents or their children, by making them wait until March until you're ready to pay them. But you carry on with the spin, and that yours is the party for those in need. Fianna Fáil brought a motion forward to the Dáil in April, passed by this House, to provide occupational pensions for 1,250 CE supervisors and assistant supervisors in line with the 2008 Labour Court recommendation. Clearly, Fianna Fáil didn't bother to negotiate for this in the budget. Instead, those CE supervisors who gave so much to their local communities will be left with nothing to show for it at their retirement. And it's a disgrace, and it shows the two-faced politics of that party. And Sinn Féin want to welcome the confirmation of the Christmas bonus this year. It will go to some way in lifting the financial hardship on families at a crucial point in time. This is a time of year when many citizens across the state become more vulnerable, and their state must be there to offer a helping hand. It is especially true for those who consistently endure fuel poverty throughout the harshest months of the year. The evidence also points to growing hardship amongst one-parent families, those facing work and poverty, and citizens with disability. These citizens are Sinn Féin's priority, and these are the citizens facing financial distress as a direct result of your policies to date. We see the investment that education is crying out for. Class sizes across the state are growing, already among the biggest in Europe. Our seats of public learning in universities and institutions of technology are falling behind the rest of the world. And for the first time in many years, there's no Irish institution in the top 100 in the world. And this isn't some arbitrary ranking to be achieved for its own sake. It's an indication of how society and this government value publicly funded education. And the verdict from the budget is clear, Minister. This government doesn't care enough about education in the state to give it the investment it needs. There is little value placed on children with special needs who are hoping to win a lottery just to get a diagnosis in their class. The social and economic benefits of placing education at the heart of society are profound, but you clearly are blind to them given the fact that you didn't adequately fund this in Budget 2019. A lack of investment is undermining our economic potential and squandering what should be the greatest every generation of Irish pioneers and innovators. This is simply ignoring a central pillar of any society wishing to lead the knowledge and digital economy opportunities at the time ahead. And while this undermines our quality of education, you're also doing your best to make education unaffordable. The student contribution charge, student fees, should be a thing of the past, and no government should be charging its citizens thousands of euros for students to expand their minds and contribute to society. And Sinn Féin would do what this government has again failed to do, is we would make student fees a thing of the past by reducing them next year by €500 and every year thereafter by the same. We know that no one in rural Ireland is expecting this budget to change their lot at any time soon. But I do notice, and I do note the silence of many in Fianna Fáil, who in the previous weeks were on their local radios, attending local meetings and saying that the closure of the rural post office were going to be a red line issue for them. Lo and behold, one thing to the public at home, another thing when they're sitting in the Dáil and having to put their money where their mouth is. What is happening to the people of rural Ireland isn't some natural cultural change or a result of young people having their hearts elsewhere. Growing up surrounded by our natural heritage and protecting that heritage is a great pride for people in rural Ireland, but it is a pride that is becoming harder and harder to enjoy. In fact, living as their families before them lived is becoming almost impossible. People aren't leaving for the good of their health. Rural Ireland is slowly being pushed into a steady decline for decades, and this budget does nothing to make life easier on isolated rural communities. And what little community services remains in villages across the state, it's been under attack from this government. Basic broadband, still a pipe dream for many families, and economic development remains Dublin-centred. This budget needed to be a clear statement on intent that we would invest in rural Ireland and that we would support rural areas. Infrastructure, public services, resource guarding, promotion of tourism and the Irish language, another year without the necessary investment in a new beginning for rural Ireland. Is Kenya aid on Gaelic? Tashi Marhanga Pobble and Wheel and West. Tá titim allwater in nestiachta it's na hagrashi Gaelic agus Gaeltarta le Jem Yenanuas. Agus an taruir sin go titim Sontasa Arlene the Cantry duhas a Gaelic nish. Heen jug van Gader fod na Cantra Gaeltarta didre and Dana of his journey. Shin titim the heen jug again quick biena awang. Is tobashte an taru is shaw agus rahi kursi hondonish money yenin and realtas nesti. Fuenta sanarnia shaw akni mar ate. Agus modular bíana Gaelic it's masla and made sura ta fueke in Gaelic agus an Gaeltart. Niall dohan muine fueke again plan changa and that where tan realtas ag jenny new urger and plan estiachta conru in the Gaelic and agus tan realtas ag jenny new urger in Gaelic a orbert more hempel instead. Tan realtas ag caihu cetahan fear vug than budget omlan in Gaelic agus an Gaeltart ac niall ag and cachu acu imdiana agus isamara vi in yevilisa art. Níl ein inu go bhfuil géir cim take cantar Gaeltarta agus Gaelic. Is gay in the Estiarta is a Gaeltart agus a Gaelic mar ewer prain. Is gay Shervishy Sessual of Egg Munchin the Gaeltarka agus the Helen Marigerne. Is gay Jeru Harlishan Velgre agus Dolling Leklishan Credu Changa go Honric agus go Sonra. Tam brother will go Gaelic mar hangan nation to Ogan. Ta Griwere Changa than kids Gayogan. Ta groupie Popul Gigre is a Ogan. Jean Walche Ogan. Agus gay on Realtas ahant as a hort and praying at in Yai and Gaelic agus ag Barta Yenu the Rear and Brihar. Minister, you failed what is truly needed to provide healthcare, decent healthcare, to help renters, to build enough houses, to lower the cost of childcare, or to increase incomes for struggling citizens. But you found money for some PR trickery. It will be no surprise that you, as Minister, that I refer to the so-called Rainy Day Fund. It will also be no surprise that I've rejected this, as has businesses and worker groups alike, and there are many good reasons for this. With the exception of a few select commentators, this proposal has been roundly dismissed, including by the majority of parties present here today. What this suggests, Minister, is that this proposal isn't guided by economic policy concerns. What you actually did was you took a hand-me-down policy from Fianna Fáil and made it your own. It's policy on the hoof, and it's clear its final design was being made up as you went along. And now we know it was. We've seen from a Freedom of Information response that we obtained in Sinn Féin makes it clear that the real only possible use that you could use of this Rainy Day Fund under the way it's currently set up is to bail out a banking crash in the future. And that is the reality, and that's what's there in black and white. It can't be used to offset Brexit, can't be used to deal with health. It's a bailout for the banks. You've done it before, your partners in Fianna Fáil have done it before, and I'm sure it's what you're setting up again. And I think it's in time to be honest with the people in relation to this. But we won't forget where this proposal originated from. As I said, it originated from Fianna Fáil. And if we were to agree with the policy put forward by Fianna Fáil in their manifesto at that time, we would have to be putting €3 billion into the Rainy Day Fund this year. That's what they proposed in 2016. Not only would they have the brass neck to call this a housing budget, but they would actually have to cut housing if they got their way at that time. But the reality is, Minister, for many families out there, it isn't just raining, it is pouring. It is pouring for those who can't get access to housing. It is pouring for those who can't get access to health service. It is pouring for those who can't get access to affordable childcare. If their wages aren't disappearing into the pockets of landlords or to banks charging twice the average EU interest rates for mortgages, they're lost to some of the highest childcare bills in the world, and that's the reality. So by investing the Rainy Day Fund in public services and struggling families, you could choose to bring the spiralling cost of living crisis to an end, but for another budget, you've refused to do so. This is where this money should be invested, Minister. But of course, no one is surprised at all of this. Your policies and the policies of this government have chosen to side with banks over people, and nothing short of disgraceful. I shouldn't need to remind you, Minister, that you represent a government which is the majority stakeholder in some of the biggest banks in the state. And like any shareholder, never mind one which commands the majority share, you have the opportunity to direct the values and principles of these banks. In emergency circumstances, you have the opportunity to intervene. So why, Minister, did you sit in your hands this summer as billions of euros of mortgages on Irish families' homes were handed over to rapid vulture funds? There are billionaire funds preying on some of the most financially vulnerable citizens in this state who did absolutely nothing wrong. Why, Minister, has another budget passed where you encourage the rank exploitation by foreign investors by presiding over a tax system which offers them tax breaks and tax neutrality? Why will you not intervene? Is it because, in the mind of the government, the rights of international funds such as these trump the rights of Irish citizens in distress? So blinded is Fine Gael by their deference to the market that they allow it to scrape the maximum possible profit from Irish citizens, many in their greatest hour of need. When they need their government, charged with protecting their rights and their interests, you are busy allowing their mortgages to be flogged off for an easy profit. And that is the long scam come full circle. Not only was there never light of a new society at the end of the tunnel, your policies have allowed the elites in society and the culture which drives them to regroup. There can be no other explanation. 10 years on, the Irish people bailout of the banks has allowed them to rise to the top of Irish society once again. Who else in our society, Minister, is allowed to forgo their taxes for up to 20 years at a time when they see profits of over €1 billion? Sinn Féin would bring back a cap on losses on profitable banks that they can use to write off their profits, and we would limit that to 25%. This could bring in this year 175 million alone, but in your books the banks must come first. Who else in our society would be allowed to charge interest rates on mortgages that are double the European average? Or who else in our society could effectively rob hundreds of millions of euro off their own customers and be confident that they will never be held accountable? When the central bank produced its report on culture, there was nothing new in it. We all know that the culture is rotten in Irish banks. We all know how the banks, how they have raised from the dead and how they tower over citizens once again. So as you propose another budget today, the real question is, why do Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil support policy choices that amount to an ongoing bailout of the bank and cost the Irish people? You aren't tackling the culture, you are the culture. You embody it and you bring it to every budget and it guides your vision for Irish society, and that is why we have the crises in health and the crisis in housing. You brought it into this budget. For another year at least, you've ensured that the untouchables can fill their pockets on the backs of Irish citizens. This way of government, these values that reek of injustices and elitism must be cast aside. Sinn Féin brings to the table a new set of values, values of which a new economy and a flourishing society must be built. These underpin our alternative budget, a roadmap to something better than a stale and harmful vision of Ireland presented by Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil. Every cent is costed, and every year Sinn Féin balances the books. We balance them while also accounting for the inevitable budgetary mess and under-budgeting of the health system. And in our budget, like the government's, we will be in surplus next year also. This year our budget would also meet the targets and set down in the fiscal rules. And that is important because a government charged with stewardship of the economy and investing in the full potential of Irish citizens can only do so with well-managed and sustainable public finances. It is also important because when Sinn Féin engage in the budgetary process and produce our comprehensive alternative, we do it with two fiscal principles in mind. Do these proposals create sound and future-proof public finances, and do they address the social and economic needs of Irish citizens? These are the two benchmarks that cannot be separated. The health of our economy relies first and foremost on economic opportunities available and taken by our citizens. It relies on how inclusive our economy is and what stake citizens truly have in it. How many women are excluded from the workforce because of extortionate childcare? How many children with disabilities are excluded by barriers that can and should be removed? How much talent has been driven from our shores in the past decade? How many communities have been cast aside and forgotten because they don't have the right postcode? Or how many young people with big ideas living in rural Ireland can't get them off the ground because they simply don't have access to basic broadband services? We can't, Minister, have a truly sustainable economy until everyone is included in it and their full potential is cherished and developed. But this government is blinded by ideology, who see people as merely cogs in the machine instead of the potential that they have. You have driven a narrative which says to the people, you can have one but not the other. You have turned the concept of a balanced budget into an ideologically driven neglect. And, Minister, balancing the books is the easy part of this. We do it every year. The difficult task among those who shape economic policies is to make a policy choice that is consistent with a clear and transformative vision for Ireland. When Sinn Féin says we balance the book, it means we also have public finances that are resilient and stable. But crucially, it gives people peace of mind that what we are doing is investing in urgent and complex needs of Irish society. Our alternative budget and any budget delivered by a Sinn Féin government would be focused on achieving meaningful social advances. We have a long-term economic vision, a journey on which we believe our economy must travel to give every citizen the living standards and the opportunities they deserve as a birthright. Presenting a different list of incoherent, electorally driven choices is not a bold strategy that we need to transform society. It won't deliver the change needed to keep pace with a changing world around us. These objectives are simple and are grounded in our clear economic vision for our island. Our budget would, for the first time, begin to build real world-class universal public services, free at the point of use, dramatically raising living standards and lowering the cost of living. And our budget would meet the challenges of Brexit. Our budget would take the first steps in eradicating poverty on the island while providing the necessary supports to root out its causes. Our budget would create an Ireland of equals, with a community and solidarity at its core, where everybody chips in their fair share. Budget 2019 also needed to reflect the big conversations, and it failed in it. Big conversations that are now ongoing. It needed to start preparing for a united Ireland. These are objectives and a budget that should be a step towards these objectives. And these goals are rooted in values which puts the welfare and advancement of citizens above all else. So can I just say in conclusion, this is another budget rooted in the long scam. It is another budget which ignores the real issues facing Irish society in the hope that we'll all forget. Unless the people of Ireland decide to bring this scam and this sham government to an end. Sinn Féin is bringing new, modern leadership to Irish politics, and with it we bring a new set of values, a new and ambitious vision for our society's needs and what it could be, where people come first, not profit, where we invest in Irish potential and don't let it rot away, where we don't run our state, our banks or our tax or housing system as plunder for the wealthiest in the state and beyond, where everyone pays their fair share, where we invest and give security, world-class services and a life of fulfilment and dignity for all, where we treasure compassion and social solidarity, not social exclusion or division. So in closing, Minister, I'm thinking of Amanda, and I'm thinking of Orla, and of the countless citizens like her who were betrayed by budgets like these. She says enough is enough. She says that the Irish people deserve better. She says that Ireland needs drastic change or it won't be worthy of living in. And I wholeheartedly agree with her, Minister. It is well past time for change. The Irish people are crying out for it, and to make budgets like these a thing of the past. Sinn Féin would bring this change and our vision to government, and government which would have a single-minded purpose to forge a new Ireland where no one is left behind, a purpose which you have failed to deliver in Budget 2019.
Thank you. Well, if it looks like an election budget, if it sings like an election budget, if Leo's choir cheers it like an election budget, well then it is an election budget. And as I listened today, I couldn't help feeling a sense of déjà vu. It was Minister Paschal Donohoe who was delivering the speech, but the voice that came through to me was our former Finance Minister, Charlie McCreevy. It was as though we were back in the good old days that we had foolishly thought to be banished forever. I wonder how that former minister is feeling today as he listened to Minister Donohoe performing as the head singer of a McCreevy tribute band, blasting out his golden hits, notably his Top of the Pop sensation, When I Have It, I Spend It. Budget prudence goes out the window when there's an election in the air. Make no mistakes, the echo of the crash a decade ago can be felt today, and it seems that the current crop of ministers are determined to pretend that it could not happen again on their watch, while all around us there are unmistakable signs of future turbulence, not least the near certainty that the days of minuscule interest rates are slowly coming to an end, alongside the uncertainties of Brexit. I wonder, do the Minister and the Taoiseach ever even glance over the grim document from late 2010 when the Troika arrived to impose its dire programme? The original outline budget sketched out then contained quite vicious interest rates that could have involved many billions of interest payments on the Troika loans. Fortunately, the last government did manage to secure substantial reductions in interest by recycling the really expensive loans from the crash period. And that enabled us to have an early exit from the Troika's grip and an independent capacity to raise funds at remarkably low rates due to a change of European bank policy. But these rates are temporary, they're not guaranteed, and it would be illusionary to think that the annual interest burden, already very high, will remain stable. Everything in this budget is built on that illusion that the cost of servicing debt will remain stable when all of the evidence points to the opposite. Surely the primary lessons of the events a decade ago should be to avoid the pretense that sudden windfalls of tax revenue can provide the basis for spending commitments that last far beyond the lifespan of the goose that lays golden eggs for a short period. So it was a decade ago when low interest rates lured a delusional government, just newly and freshly in the euro, to build property tax shelters into the income tax code with catastrophic results of boom and inevitable bust. What a price we had to pay for those delusions. Lost jobs, lost dreams, lost lives, a lost decade. Yet it seems that those hard-earned lessons are to be casually ignored for no other reason than to gain political popularity. To me, this is a kind of a Krispy Kreme budget. It tastes delicious to the Fine Gaelers here and their followers in the Independents. It's sure to go down very easily, but it's very heavy on the sugar, and there's very little of real substance even after you've forked out.
No nutritional value.
So it really leaves a very flat taste in the mouth. The Controller and Auditor General has done us a huge favour by highlighting the startling finding that some of Ireland's richest citizens with net worth of 50 million have a taxable income of less than the average industrial wage, with many paying income tax at a lower rate than the average taxpayer. Now, this is not news to the people down in the banks. It's not news to the Minister. He's one of the people who promotes this. But to be honest, it does actually amaze ordinary people, the deep unfairness of it. I wasn't surprised by the report. When I hear lobbyists urge ministers like yourself, Minister, to have a low tax system, I know what they really mean is to have a no tax system for their clients while the rest of us pay. There was a similar outcry over a decade ago when my own research highlighted a scandalous situation where some people with declared income in excess of €1 million annually managed to reduce their tax bill to zero by the skillful use of the now notorious property tax shelters. It was impossible for then Minister Brian Cowan to allow this to continue, so reforms were introduced to limit the use of such shelters so that everyone paid a minimum effective income tax, no matter how many reliefs were available to them. That reform paid dividends then and still produces excellent results according to recent revenue reports. I suggest that the notion of minimum effective taxes has still a lot to offer, even in the cases of so-called high net worth people who declare remarkably low incomes. We know the old saying, justice must be done and to be seen to be done. The same has to be true in the tax code. Tax justice must be done. Tax justice must be seen to be done. The doctrine of minimum effective rates of tax is a valuable tool to achieve that end. So too with corporation tax. Again, the CNAG has come up with valuable data on how different companies, foreign and domestic, approach taxation, with some effectively paying a zero rate, while others, in fairness, pay close to the headline 12.5% rate. This special corporate tax rate has proven to be a valuable instrument to attract foreign investment, but it should not become a sacred cow in policy making. Some companies systematically use various mechanisms to reduce their exposure to the barest minimum, even to zero. Banks at the moment, and we all know how tough banks are on people who owe them money, whether that's an ordinary household or whether that's a business or a business person struggling to survive. You know, when they have their claws into you, they don't relax or let go easily. And yet these are the people who are currently sitting on a vast amount, certainly about 2.5, 3.5 billion of tax losses, which means that in a lot of cases, most of the big banks that our taxpayers bailed out at so much cost to every person in Ireland, and your minister read out some of them earlier. Some of them will actually not pay any corporation tax, notwithstanding that they're now back in the money, and the bigger banks are earning profits annually now of over $1 billion. What will happen there is that basically it could take 10 or 12 years before they'll pay a cent in corporation tax. And I think that is just not wrong in terms of the business case, but really it's morally wrong that you allow people to be non-contributors to their own society and their own economy. You know, a lot of people who work on bank desks in banking houses, they're actually paying more tax than the bank itself pays in corporate profits. We can still retain a competitive edge in the market for foreign direct investment while insisting that companies here pay a minimum effective tax rate of at least, say, between 6 and 8%. That would offer stability in the assessment of future tax yields and flows, rather than the current system of windfalls, some years like this year, but financial droughts in other years. The Minister will boast of the extra personal allowances that raise the threshold for the higher tax rate. But as I think we all know here, they're really very, very modest. If you look at the tables at the back of the budget, the increases, even to people on higher incomes, they really range from about 1% to less than 3%. So, like, we're talking about small money, if we're honest about it. But that will be welcome to those on low and middle incomes. But the Minister knows as well as I do that wage and salary increases will eat away at the benefit very quickly through a fairly notorious fiscal drag in this particular case. This happened last year as workers found that the share of their income that went on taxation actually increased despite last year's similar increases in allowances, because, of course, as you know, Minister, lots of companies are paying an extra 2 or 3%, and that means that most workers next year are actually likely to pay more tax. Ministers should be careful in their boasts about lower tax. When reality bites, it leaves a sour taste. I want to comment on the health budget, that most voracious user of tax euros, a financial black hole if ever there was one. I have to confess, I gasped with amazement when Minister Donoghue casually revealed last week that he had a windfall of €1 billion. I saw some people called it, you know, the €1 billion that had fallen down the back of the sofa somewhere in the Department of Finance, and hey presto, just on the weekend of the budget, it was found. So I suppose, bless whoever actually came and said, Minister, I found this. Now, it's only $1 billion, but it's just going to make things so much easier. The proposal that it's going to cover the health overspend in 2018, I think, be honest, you must be just as, you know, to be honest, shocked as almost everybody else in the country is. The Minister for Health himself is fond of his Instagram and Twitter accounts. Please make it stop was one of his gems. Well, now this is exactly what taxpayers want when they observe the annual weary announcements of health overspends, which have become a truly farcical feature of Fine Gael's tenure in that department. It's going on now for about 7.5 years. How did the Taoiseach allow this to happen again, though he himself was as much the culprit during his own dismal occupancy of Hawkins House? How do other ministers tolerate it as they face tight restrictions while health gets a free pass? I recall one year when I had nursed the Social Insurance Fund back from a $2 billion deficit to solvency. It appeared that October that the government would have the funds to restore things like some valuable dental and optical benefits to PRSI contributors. But health was in crisis and needed every cent from social protection and from others too, to avoid a total services meltdown, and all my carefully laid plans bit the dust. This farce has been repeated year after year of Fine Gael's stewardship of the Health Department. In just 4 years, the cumulative health overspends amounts to an eye-watering $2 billion plus. In fact, I think the Minister today himself maybe has the most accurate figures. He said $2.5 billion of an overspend. In 2015, under a certain Minister Varadkar, remember him, it was 600 million, and subsequent years were not much better. One could forgive if there was a tangible benefit to be observed in better health outcomes, more operations, less trolleys, expanded health promotion. But not a bit of it. Sláintecare is the joint project of all sides of this House. How can it proceed if financial projections in health can't even be accurate for months, let alone years? The danger here is that a culture of indifference to financial controls sets in and managers shrug because no one, least of all the responsible minister, is held to account. If a minister cannot do the job and deliver targets, he or she really should be shown the door, and that goes for the current incumbent too, no matter how many admirers he has on Instagram. While today's debate is focused on the specific measures being announced by the Minister today, they actually only involve a rather small, even tiny percentage of the total income and expenditure of the state for 2019. The full picture is about 70 billion or more, and you only get a true view of public spending priorities by digging deep into aspects of the budget that get no attention at all in the Minister's speech. One feature of policy that ought to command attention is the continuing challenge of climate change, because there can be no doubt now that this is a fundamental matter that will affect every aspect of economic and social life for decades to come. You wouldn't believe that from all the attention this gets today from the Minister. He has cravenly given in to the vested interests that object to carbon taxes. He's really betrayed the young and future generations of this country who will have to inherit this. And it's an awful legacy to leave to them. This is really just spinelessness. Irish households create astonishing amounts of carbon emissions, way higher than most other European households. Why? Because our houses, older houses, they're badly insulated. We don't have that much public transport. We all probably overuse our cars. I mean, there's a whole way of life in which, by using, if you like, the mechanism of the budget, you can nudge people in the right direction so that we all benefit from changes we need to make to lifestyles. Carbon taxes, they really are a form of nudge incentive, well-established means of coaxing a change in behaviour and attitudes. The plastic bag levy, I think we're all familiar with it and proud of it actually. That worked and was widely imitated. We should know what minister, who was the minister who kiboshed the well-flagged idea that carbon taxes would be a key ingredient in the campaign to reduce domestic emissions. Name them, shame them, whoever it is, him or her, because any procrastination will cost this state a pretty penny in years to come. Please don't tell me that it was for this, that it was for Minister Shane Ross, that the young people of Ireland have had their future seriously damaged by the failure to address the carbon issue. June 2018 was the driest month in the Phoenix Park for well over 100 years. We've just experienced a remarkable and memorable summer following an eventful winter of storms and snow. Long-established records have been broken in a very short period of time, and inevitably this gives rise to difficult questions about our level of preparation for the kind of tumultuous climate change that's been predicted by scientists for many years. The plain truth is that Ireland has been way behind the curve in recognising weather and climate challenges. Even the Taoiseach has candidly admitted that our country is, by international standards, a laggard when it comes to meeting agreed targets to reduce the kind of emissions that contribute to extreme weather events. Future budgets will have to set aside many hundreds of millions to pay inevitable fines for non-compliance. It's true that the National Plan does commit substantial resources to dealing with the matter in future years, but I remain sceptical that any genuine sense of urgency exists to drive the necessary changes in all kinds of areas, from farming practices to transport. For example, we urgently need to fast-track the upgrade of water infrastructure, both to guarantee supply and to eliminate the shameful contamination of our beaches and rivers. Have 2018's events, the very dramatic weather events that we're all aware of, have they influenced the investment decisions in today's budget? I was glad that the Nobel Committee decided yesterday to recognise the groundbreaking work of two economists who have analysed the impact of climate matters on the world economy. By coincidence, the prizes have been awarded on the same day as the International UN Panel of Climate delivered its starkest forecast to date. With brutal clarity, it pinpoints the area where remedial action can be taken by governments acting both collectively and separately. Unfortunately, the gap between the work of scientists and economists on the one hand and politics and policy making on the other has widened rather than narrowed. The latest forecasts will fall on deaf ears in the current White House, but that should not hinder other countries, and the EU in particular, from pursuing policies on energy, food production and weather protection measures that recognise the importance of policy changes in this area. If anyone has doubts of the long-term impact of dramatic weather events, they should go to any coastal county in Ireland to see already at first hand what could be in store for this and future generations. My own constituency is not coastal, but it's part of Fingal, which is very definitely coastal. And any development plans for these districts have to recognise events like Storm Ophelia this time, how those storms can produce a lasting impact on the local environment. If you're to go out to any of the beaches in North County Dublin, like Portrane or Rush, or indeed go north of Balbriggan, like I was going this weekend with people to look at what had happened to the coast. In some areas, Minister, the beaches and the coastline have receded as much as 15 metres because of the very short period of Storm Ophelia and what it actually did to the coastline. I know that the National Plan has loads of flowery paragraphs about this challenge, and umpteen billions are allegedly earmarked to deal with it sometime between now and, I think, 2040. That's what, about 7 general elections away. Remember this, fine words, butter no parsnips. If there were to be a Nobel Prize for climate procrastination, I guess Donald Trump would obviously win, but this particular government might give him a run for his money. I want to just talk briefly about child benefit. For yet another budget, child benefit is being ignored. This is the 3rd year in a row, and not just Fine Gael, but obviously Fianna Fáil. This is an agreement between you. For most families in Ireland, child benefit has long been a valued addition to the family budget, helping to pay for food, clothes, shoes, and all the costs that come with babies and teenagers. Child benefit is currently paid at a rate of £140 per month per child. It's paid in respect of nearly 1.2 million children to over 620,000 families. It is paid regardless of whether parents are in work or out of work, whether we're talking about a couple parenting together or one parent looking after their children on their own. In Ireland, and I don't know, does Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael know this? In Ireland, rather unusually, the cost of rearing children is not recognised in the tax code. People know that an individual or a couple have tax allowances and tax credits, but not children. So, as a consequence, child benefit is our unique way as a state in recognising some of the costs of rearing children. I hope this government has not set its face on a policy to erode the value of this benefit. There are many working parents of modest incomes who greatly value its role in managing a family budget. And, you know, a lot of the focus, understandably, is on childcare costs being so very high. But let me tell people, mothers looking after and fathers looking after teenagers cost, think pairs of shoes and what you're talking about, you know, every couple of months for teenagers. The second one that I just want to mention briefly is, again, the government has ignored the domiciliary care allowance, which I think is just simply mean. This is paid to families who qualify, who are paid a monthly stipend in respect of a child who has an intellectual or a physical or a behavioural disability. And again, it's so special to the parents who work so hard to look after their special children. And again, as far as I can see, that monthly payment has been left untouched by both Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil in the current budget. Last year, and I just want to make this point to the Minister, this year, last year, there have been an awful lot of problems with school transport and changes in school transport, including for children with special needs. And more importantly, we have a lot of children, for instance, on the autism spectrum, who are making long journeys in buses for a couple of hours a day at times in Dublin, going from, say, Blanchardstown to Artane and back again, or vice versa. And you know, what is so difficult to understand is why this particular budget is not being developed in a serious way in terms of investing in capital infrastructure. We have a lot of ASD units that have been developed. They're not suitable for every child who has these issues. So, for instance, in my own and the Taoiseach's constituency, there is no ASD special school. And I just want to use this opportunity to say that I think this is an area of education provision which sadly has been forgotten in this budget, but then education hasn't featured hugely in this budget. I think even the Minister would agree that the amount that's gone into increased capitation will barely take the pressure off some of the schools. 5%, that's what's in the budget book. That's modest, you know, modest because remember, schools are at the pin of their collar to meet the running costs of the schools. And if it's an older school building, say an old parish school, it's very likely that it's not massively well insulated against heat loss, so it's very likely that heating costs in schools like that are very expensive. I want to mention as well the living wage, and to just look, as it were, under the bonnet and see some features of the economy that can often be hidden from view but have a significant impact on the lives of people. We talk here a lot about taxes. I think we need to talk just as much about wages. Recently, we've thankfully witnessed many consecutive months of net jobs growth, an exceptionally long such streak of reduced unemployment. That in itself is undoubtedly good news and is a vindication of the relentless focus on jobs that my party pursued in government. The growth has brought the official unemployment rate down month by month, and labour force participation, which counts the number of people working or actively seeking work, is also ticking upward. That indicates that people who may have given up on finding a job are starting to return to the workforce. But despite the sustained job growth, there remains a deep dissatisfaction that the recovery has not been adequate to meaningfully boost the fortunes of ordinary families. One reason for such deep public scepticism is that wages have yet to grow substantially in line with the growth in jobs and indeed in line with growing productivity. So people are deeply disappointed with the sluggish wage growth, because their expectations have risen after years of consistent job growth. Now in the 4th or 5th year into the official recovery, working people are justifiably less patient, and no minuscule tinkering with tax rates will alter that until the long-standing stagnation of wage rates is tackled. It seems that we've gone a long way to deal with the job quantity issue, but we have lagged too far behind on the job quality issue. The gender pay gap has finally and belatedly come to the fore. It needs a sustained sector-by-sector effort to close off this running sore. In more general terms, we should recognise that workers are fully entitled to obtain a greater share of the fruits of quite dramatic levels of economic growth. To ignore this is to tolerate ever greater and wider inequality and all the social disruption and strains such inequality brings. Interestingly, the IMF itself has come to recognise how inequality in incomes is now a serious barrier to economic progress in advanced economies. The evidence is stark. Excessive income inequality actually drags down the economic growth rate and makes growth less sustainable over time. We need to take this evidence on board and recognise its profound significance for wage policies and tax policies. I want to make the additional point that a sustainable wage boost can encourage workers to make better provision for their pension pots. I'm a strong advocate of auto-enrolment in private pension schemes, but that can be realistic only when workers have the capacity through better wages to save adequately for pensions, and only when governments like our own are actually prepared to match that, as employers should be as well. There are now annual reviews of the minimum wage, but I really feel this is inadequate. Welcome and all as today's announcement may be, it's a very, very small increase in the minimum wage. I really think it's the living wage that should be the focus of all policy making. It's a well-researched concept based on firm evidence, and it properly incorporates all the elements that enable an acceptable standard of living. It would be one way of certainly dealing with the crisis in the spiralling cost of rents, and would allow people to feel some, if you like, measure of safety that everything they're earning, particularly younger people, is not going to be entirely gobbled up by massively increasing rents. I also want to talk briefly to the budget allocation for international development aid. The Taoiseach has been eloquent on his travels about Ireland's global footprint. It's a worthy ambition, it's wide support, as does the decision to campaign aggressively to secure a UN Council seat for Ireland. It has to mean a lot more, though, than just Irish embassies right around the world. It has to also involve a critical look at the commitment to reaching the UN development aid target of 0.7% of GDP each year, and also to ensure that tax treaties cannot be abused to enable widespread corporate or individual tax evasion. The gradual move towards the 0.7% did have to be postponed during our painful retrenchment period, though many hundreds of millions were allocated annually, even in the worst of years. Last year, the cash allocation amounted to over 700 million. I know there's been a significant increase today of just over 100 million, but I think now is the time to set out a clear and obligatory timetable, lest our diplomats have to embark on their vote-seeking travels with one arm as long as the other. War, conflict and climate change have caused immense suffering. Famine, drought and population displacement. Over 128 million in 33 countries are currently in need of urgent humanitarian assistance, and over 65 million people have been displaced from their homes by war and conflict. I worked myself in Tanzania with Irish Aid, with APSO, for a number of years, and I went back there last year on a private visit. I had the opportunity to spend some time visiting some very innovative and interesting projects financed by Irish Aid, and therefore by all the taxpayers in Ireland. Some of these involve very modest financial contributions, but do excellent results in health care and other fields. There's a marked improvement, for instance, in the treatment and prevention of malaria in Africa, so too with childhood TB and polio. And for instance, from women in Africa who have had a difficult and medically dangerous delivery, very often on their own, or with an ill-trained birth attendant, they often suffer subsequently from a really dreadful condition called fistula, which can often render them, after childbirth, when they may have lost the baby, it may render them as well completely incontinent. I'm glad to say that Irish Aid is funding operations for women affected and transforming their lives, where previously they have basically been shunned and separated from their families and communities because of the disaster that befell their pregnancy. So we are doing very good work, particularly in Africa. So as GDP increases at a steady pace, so too must Ireland's aid budget. If Ireland boasts of some eye-catching economic growth figures, then it follows automatically that the aid budget must increase correspondingly, both in cash terms and the percentage of GDP also. So it means that our aid budget will relatively quickly hit €1 billion annually. I recognise that this is no easy task and will require careful planning and financial management to secure value for money and good outcomes for the people and the communities most in need. Good governance and independent oversight are always important, especially when budgets increase rapidly. Apart from the moral issues involved, there are definite practical and political advantages for this country to have a more active role in this area. All budgets, to some extent, are political statements. This one, I think, takes the biscuit as one of the most nakedly political and election budgets I've experienced in my time here. Every sentence is designed to secure party advantage more than any other purpose. But, you know, those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Unfortunately, in Ireland, it's people who will pay the price. And when I saw the timid measures in the budget to support, you know, the long-cherished concept in Ireland of people being able to buy their own home, you know, a plumber, say, married to a hairdresser, you know, until about 10 years ago, it was absolutely expected that people with steady jobs and incomes could actually look forward to purchasing their own home, either new or second-hand. A nurse married to a guard, similarly, 2 teachers married to each other. That is all under this government, under Fine Gael. It's slipping away from us, and yet it's a cornerstone of our social structure. And when I saw nothing much at all done for people like that, but instead a smallish but still significant tax break for private landlords, I wonder, you know, is this government looking at the housing problem through the wrong lens? I called around to the O'Devany Garden site the day before yesterday, because for 12 years now, since this government came to office, every other week the Taoiseach even has been down to have photos taken with Minister Donoghue on the site. Now, I can report a little bit of progress. The last 2 long balcony companies of apartments. One of them was actually now substantially knocked down, and the second is clearly on the way. And around the site there were bits and pieces of evidence of builders working. That is obviously some progress, but I have to say, as with Dominic Street, if you go up Dominic Street now and you have a look at the flats on your left as you're going up, the council is boarding up more and more of them. But the big site on the far side of the road, just beside the ILAC Centre, that's still empty. It just has tumbleweed growing on it. Further up, more and more apartments are being boarded up currently by Dublin City Council. And all I can suggest is that the ministers who've been allocated the responsibility for housing, they really need to actually take a walk around the city, look at the dereliction in places like the North Inner City, the big gaps like missing teeth in the framework of streets, and actually say, can we not give the people in the council a ring and say, like, together we will actually get the houses that have been built on so many sites that are now lying idle for more than 12 years.
Thank you. Minister, if ever there was an example of a budget that was preparing for an election, it is probably this, because it's short-term rather than long-term in its outlook, a very short-term. No hard decisions have been made here. It lacks foresight. It reminds me of some poetry by Seamus Heaney. You know, whatever you say nothing. Whatever you do nothing is what this budget is really doing. It's a budget that essentially is about making sure it doesn't upset people, particularly people who are perceived to be the core Fine Gael voters. So it is an election budget, but I have to warn you, Minister, that I think you've actually completely messed up. I think you've messed up on many fronts, but on one particular front, I think it is seismic and is going to follow you, and that is in the area of climate change. And I know you're worried about this, so I'm going to accentuate those worries. We've had a huge amount of social change in the last number of years. Social change has been brought about because the people of Ireland are actually ahead of politicians, ahead of many people in this House on many different issues. And Minister, the people of Ireland are ahead of the people in this House when it comes to climate change. As the father of young children, I can assure you there's an intergenerational thing going on here as regards education and the fact that we need to maintain our planet. And we need to maintain it for future generations, like my children, like your children. And what you've done today, in your lack of foresight and lack of measures, is you have let them down. And you've let them down, and I believe it's going to have consequences for our country at a scale that hasn't been seen before. It's going to have consequences for our children. And I think, politically and electorally, it's going to have consequences for you, and Fine Gael, and your colleagues in government. We're one of the few countries that has climate change legislation. But the failure to actually kick on from that and actually bring about measures to change behavioural activity is not going to go down well with the public, because they're ahead of us. They're ahead of us in the need to change. It's around us. It's facing into us this Friday with another storm coming. We've seen the changes in our weather patterns over the last number of years. They are up for this. Dare I say it, if you were actually to be directly political about this, they were actually conditioned towards it. But some of the lobbyists and some of the Fine Gael vested interest lobbyists were not. And the can has been kicked down the road to a detrimental stage, which I believe is going to have consequences for you. I think you've totally underestimated where people are at in relation to this issue. And not alone that, but working people are going to actually have to pay fairly significant fines into the future because of your lack of foresight. And the rubbish, absolute garbage that the Minister for Finance spoke about in his few words about putting in place plans and assessments in relation to the implementation of this is just what it is. Rubbish. Garbage. And to the naked political eye, anyone looking at this can see that you didn't have the capacity, you didn't have the political will to take on the most significant issue facing every generation after us, which is climate change. A couple of days after the UN report, the most detrimental UN report ever in relation to this issue, and our country, a country of perceived wealth, modern country, has just basically ignored it. That's the fact, Ceann Comhairle. And that's an indictment of this minister and all his colleagues sitting at the cabinet table. So workers will pay huge fines into the future. There was a lack of foresight in relation to the measures that could be brought forward. The Minister for trying to be everything else, bar the Minister for what he is, Minister Ross, didn't have any foresight in relation to climate change measures in his own department, outside of some measures in relation to changes for electronic vehicles, which are to be welcomed, but are actually quite limited if you go down through them because of the costs implied. No changes in relation to what is absolutely necessary in relation to rail transport for the changeover to transport of freight across this country. And then I look at other lobby groups who hang around Fine Gael at this time when it comes to haulage and everything else, and then I wonder about why climate change measures aren't being brought about. The lack of the actual total investment required in relation to water and waste. And why do I say that? Because to those who may not be aware, water and waste and the actual use of energy behind it is a major use of energy. And it needs to be modernised. And the scale of investment here will not do it. The whole issue of retrofitting isn't at the scale required. The investment in new technologies. We have so many companies in this country that are innovative when it comes to new technologies, clean tech, green energy. I support a place, Lachine Mine, which is advancing so much in relation to becoming a hub for green technologies and for the bioeconomy campus. But yet the measures aren't detailed enough to support these companies to address our issues in relation to climate change. You could have, as my colleague Sean Sherlock has advocated on numerous occasions, brought forward taxation measures for the use of single plastics, but you choose not to. So as another colleague of mine, Jan O'Sullivan, tweeted earlier, when it comes to climate change, your basic adage as a government is, Lord, make me good, but just not yet. Why is that? Because you wouldn't make the hard decisions. Because you can't bear to think possibly of the consequences. But you're wrong. Fine Gael like to also say that they're being responsible in this budget, so I'd like to nail this. The rainy day fund, when it's raining outside, isn't actually being very responsible. When we have so many issues that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael have stated quite publicly in relation to health and particularly housing. But you're also not being responsible on the fiscal side, because you're borrowing from next year's fiscal space for welfare measures and tax cuts. And when you dig into the detail, that's exactly what you're doing. That's not what the people expected. You're borrowing on the basis of the space next year. Yet you're talking about balancing the books, but you won't borrow for the much needed investment, much of which I've spoken about already. I want to go through income tax and the USC changes and explain these new figures. A worker on the minimum wage, assuming the new level of $9.80 an hour, and working full-time 39 hours a week, will earn approximately €19,500 annually. He or she will gain €7.82 from the US changes, but nothing from income tax changes. Minister, that is the equivalent to 15 cents per week. That is what you are giving people on minimum wage. Let me repeat that. To everybody in this House, people on the minimum wage are getting 15 cents a week. Do you understand that? That's 2 slices of Brennan's bread a week. And this is a fair and balanced budget. You might get off your phone if you don't mind. A worker on the living wage of $11.90, working 39-hour week, will earn around $24,500 annually. She will gain €20.32 from the US changes, but nothing from income tax. This is the equivalent to 39 cents per week, or in their case, 5 slices of Brennan's bread. So fair play to you, 5 slices of Brennan's bread to anybody who's on the living wage. A worker on an annual income of $35,000 is just below the threshold to pay the higher rate of income tax. He or she will gain €136.57 a year from the USC changes, but nothing from income tax, equivalent of €2.62 a week, or the price of a cup of coffee, which I referenced here last year. A worker on an annual income of $45,000 annually will gain €221.57, the equivalent of €4.26 per week. And a worker on an annual income of $70,500 annually, a high earner, he or she will gain €284.18, an equivalent of €5.47 a week. So, Minister, do you see how skewed it is? From the person on the minimum wage to the person earning over earning $70,500? That's why this is not a fair budget. That's why this isn't balanced. And the CNAG had a very good report recently in relation to the fact that the richest residents in the state pay less tax than those on the industrial wage. And here we have this accentuated by the measures being introduced in this budget. People on low incomes, people on average industrial wage deserve better. They deserve fair taxation. Work must pay, but they're not being treated fairly by this government. When it comes to health, as my colleague Joan Burton said earlier on, we all fell over when, a little over a week ago or so, the Minister for Finance just stumbled across $1 billion, just happened to fall out of the couch. No one knew about it. So I was expecting significant progress in relation to a whole range of areas on health. But let me commence by saying, as a state and as a country, we now have a situation where between the funding having to be provided now and the $700 million of extra funding that had to be found as regards the current budget, that's $1.9 billion that has had to be found for health spending. This can't go on. There has to be accountability for budgetary management in health. It's never ending. It's not a case do we expect an overspend in health. It's a case of how many $100 million is there going to be needed as a supplementary each year. The administration of the health service at the highest levels is the worst I have ever seen. And the overspend even went as far as their new home, as we found out in the last week. When it comes to Sláintecare, the allocation, and I helped draft that report, which is a cross-party report amongst us all in here, of the allocation simply don't go anywhere near enough. When it comes to the capital and the area of acute services, we all know we need bed provision. We all know we need new wings in South Tip General and in UL in Limerick and in Drogheda and everywhere else. And we all know that they need to be timely. But I have a deep concern that they're not going to be built in the timeframes offered in relation to how these projections have been put forward, but also I have a deep concern that we're losing our time in relation to the very important national maternity strategy. There doesn't seem to be the provision, if you break down in the figures, for the level of investment that's required there. I have to say I do welcome the support being given for HPV testing in the whole area of cervical cancer and cervical check. I'd like to remember Emma Vick Mahoney today. And I welcome the moves in relation to the Section 39 workers, in relation to pay restoration. They're something we support. But let me be quite clear. I don't see how this budget is going to deal with the issues in relation to primary care. And geographical coverage in primary care simply does not exist. There is a crisis in relation to the provision of staff across health. There is a crisis in relation to development of community intervention teams, in relation to OCs, in relation to physiotherapists, in relation to psychotherapists, and there is real issues in relation to how the backlog of assessments is going to be dealt with. There is provision in this budget to somehow deal with the backlog of assessments, particularly for children who have needs. But I just don't see how the staff are going to be provided to be able to even do that. And that's not being addressed. We have a provision of 55 million in relation to mental health, which is to be welcomed. But again, it's not pushing forward the vision for change at the pace that was expected a number of years ago. An example, in my own county of Tipperary, there isn't not one mental health bed in the county. I think the Minister completely underestimated where he's going in relation to the GP contract. Negotiations have belatedly, supposedly, started. But the provisions here in relation to the GP contract are far more than what is being budgeted for. I also have a concern in relation to the provision of the funding on disabilities. There is very little specific detail in relation to how it's going to be used. Are we going to just throw it out into the Section 38, 39 organisations and let them pull at it and use it as they see fit? Or is it going to target the very needs of people that we all know are there across a whole range of areas? I'm absolutely exasperated on pushing for the last number of years the need for further investment in home care and home care packages. And I welcome the additional budgetary measures here. They don't go far enough. There's common sense to this. The more people we can keep in their homes through these packages, the less costly it is going into nursing home care. The less costly it is then going into acute care. But we need to ensure that these packages are targeted. And we're going to hit the old chestnut of not being able to provide the staff to be able to deliver these packages. I have a couple over the road who have 30 hours a week, but they can only get 10 because the staff simply aren't available. That's a real issue. I welcome the provisions in relation to e-health. However, it is not enough. We need to ensure that the issues that we're facing, particularly in the acute side, because of the lack of good technology, are being addressed at a speed commensurate with the problems that we have. Extra funding for the NTBF is a bailout for the fact that our health services aren't working. It is a bailout that's been given to private healthcare because of the fact that our public health system is in such a mess. It is nothing else. It is short-termism, and it's repeated year on, year after. And here it is again. Moving on to childcare. I welcome the proposals in relation to the affordable childcare scheme thresholds that they're to be increased. However, it does need greater clarification. It needs greater clarification in order to understand these schemes, what one has to do to qualify. For instance, does the family have to be in receipt of a payment from the Department of Social Welfare? And more importantly, the changes that are being brought about, it does very little for two working people, a couple working together, or a couple working who have childcare needs, who will go over these thresholds. It does very little for them, if nothing for them. Real issue in relation to childcare, which my colleague Sean Sherlock has referenced numerous times, is to ensure that childcare workers are paid enough. and going to a payment of a living wage of $11.90 for all staff in the sector, I think would have been a good move, which has been ignored again. In the whole area of childcare, the issue in relation to parental leave and how it's been dealt with in this budget is something that is quite unusual, Minister, because the 2 weeks paid parental leave, guess what? They're actually coming in after the next budget. Yeah. So why in the name of God are they being announced in this budget? They're coming in November 2019. So they're not going to have any impact between the time whoever stands up here after the next election at the next budget and now. They'll have no impact. So why are they being announced? Votes. Exactly. Votes. Well, lack of votes. When it comes to education, it's very disappointing. I don't think the Minister has got his slice of the pie for whatever reason. He needs to come in and explain it. There is only an additional 190 million in funding, or less than 1% of the budget, for education. When you strip out the increases of demographics, pay agreements and the already announced capital plan, there's only an extra 119 million in resources for education. Across a budget of 10.7 billion, this is less than a 1% increase, which completely and utterly makes a mockery of the Minister's claims of a 6.7% increase in funding, as extra money was already allocated to hire more teachers and support staff to cover a growing population. It's called demographics. So the public who are watching, you're being misled if you believe there's a 6.7% increase, because in reality it's less than 1%. There's no additional funding to reduce the pupil-teacher ratio at primary or secondary level, as my party proposed in our budget submissions. And there's no extra funding to genuinely deliver free school book scheme, which would have cost 40 million. At higher level, they're not listening as well, as the government haven't addressed the issue of student grants or reduced the student contribution in any way. And Minister, we have a crisis in our primary schools. I've raised it inside here in the Dáil. Of all the schools where there are working principals across the country, it is unsustainable for them to actually work 5 days a week and also ensure that last year 43 circulars were implemented. They deserve to have 1 day of administration and they deserve that to be part of this budget. I see there's 1 million being allocated for, in inverted commas, leadership. I hope that goes some way to addressing that, because otherwise I can guarantee you'll see him outside the gates. In relation to the spending and capital in education, I have a serious concern in relation to the 95 large-scale projects that have been put forward, because the Minister, through a sleight of hand, released new plans for new schools, which were welcome over a year or so ago. But the allocations that were given by Jan O'Sullivan a number of years ago, in many cases, haven't commenced yet. So where are they? I cite Kalash de Pobble in Roscrea, probably the largest school in my county, as an example of one of them. In relation to rural Ireland, we have the Town and Renewal Scheme, the 53 million, which is to be welcome. But really it's tokenistic if you divide it out. It's tokenistic towards rural Ireland. And this department, which is kind of a bit of a makey-uppy department, to be honest with you, really isn't going to have the impact in rural areas that it should have, because it doesn't have direct budgetary lines to be able to do that. We also need, I believe, that we need to have considered and targeted grants and tax measures to ensure that we have viable businesses and communities in rural areas. When it comes to transport, tourism and sport, the Minister, who's absent without leave, 40 million for new roads, pavements across the country. So if you average that out across local authorities, it's pretty paltry, given the cost of roads, given the cost to do pavement repairs. Maybe we need to improve a few of these pavements, because we'll be pounding them again in a few weeks, I presume. But it's paltry, Minister. And anyone who goes running around saying that this money is going to solve the issues in relation to the rural roads that I know are in your constituency and my constituency is only actually deceiving people. In relation to travel behaviour, I've already spoken in relation to Irish Rail. The measures in relation to smarter travel, we have money for greenways, I acknowledge that. It's not enough in my opinion. But areas in relation to smarter travel, to deal with the issues I spoke about in climate change, to deal with the issues in relation to carbon, are simply not there to the level required. Regional airports, again, the lost connectivity, which isn't getting its fair bang for the buck in this budget. And may I just speak about the VAT on tourism and the change to 13.5%. I thought there would be some commensurate measures in this budget to help with the small, family-owned restaurants and businesses that are going to be negatively affected in rural areas, in West Limerick, in North Tipperary, in Wexford and everywhere else, Galway, Sligo. How are we going to ensure that these remain viable in this sudden change? What has the government done or proposing to do to ensure that happens? The answer is nothing. In relation to justice, there is no way that the budget that's been given to justice can ensure that the 50 recommendations of the Commission on Policing can be implemented. It is impossible over the timelines that have been put forward by the Commission on Policing. And after all the things we've learned about policing and justice in this country, surely the government should take that seriously. I note that there is no increase or no provision in relation to what is absolutely needed across Ireland when it comes to the use of ICT and, in particular, CCTV to decrease crime levels. On business, I welcome the development of 10 million for IDA property portfolio. I suggest, though, Minister, it has to be very much targeted and cannot follow the lines of this 2040 strategy, which is a complete joke and needs to be absolutely shredded. When it comes to housing, it is absolutely incredible that the measures introduced in relation to landlords are doing the following. And again, so the public aren't deceived. The changes in relation to interest that can be deducted by landlords for loans, changes up to 100%, means that effectively that landlords now are in a better position to buy property and buy houses than a working couple. So a garden and IT worker, or a nurse and a teacher, a landlord is being incentivised by this change and is in a better position financially to actually buy a house than those couples. That's a fact. That's reality of this budget. And is it any wonder that one of the first organisations to come out and welcome the budget today and welcome this change was the Irish Property Owners Association? If there's ever an example of Fine Gael targeting their core base, there it is. Affordability. We've heard a lot of talk from Fianna Fáil as well on this in relation to what's been brought forward. We haven't detailed. 40 to 50,000. How are we going to ensure that this subsidy isn't just put on the top of the price of a house? How are we going to ensure that happens? What is there in this budget, Count Corla, for renters? For people who are renting? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Where is the indexation to CPI? Nowhere to be seen. We need a mass injection of capital in housing, which we have proposed. We need CPO powers for the local authorities. We need the Kinney report implemented, and we need CPI and rents. That's what we need in housing, and it hasn't happened. And to show, really, the mockery of what has been going on through this budget, the greatest example of this, the greatest example of why we do need to get out from underneath this government and end up in that general election, which I believe this is preparing for, is the example of the granny flat. The famous granny flat from Minister Ross and his Independent Alliance. This infamous granny flat that he has espoused so much.
The flat, not grannies.
And he's just announced that it is still in the pipeline. And it's going to be in the pipeline because they're going to test it out and make sure it's viable. They're going to test it out, Count Corla, on one property.
Very good.
One property. And you know what? I have a funny feeling it's being rat down.
Thank you very much.
Next door to step aside, guards.
Now, people before Deputy Boyd Barrett, are you leading off?
Yeah, I'm sharing time with Deputy Murphy. Minister, faced with an absolutely shameful housing and homelessness emergency, a crumbling health service which is inflicting such hardship and suffering on so many of those who need that health service, a climate emergency that is galloping towards us, a further education system that is in dire need of investment as our universities tumble in the world rankings, and in a society which is marked by some of the greatest levels of inequality and deprivation in the Western world, this budget is a complete non-event. It doesn't scratch the surface of the most serious and pressing social issues facing huge numbers of our citizens. And most disappointingly of all, it fails on the issue of housing. We have the shameful situation of 10,000 people living in emergency accommodation and 4,000 children whose childhoods are being stolen from them because of the failure of your policies. We have about 140,000 families, which adds up to about 500,000 people who are on housing lists at the moment with almost no hope of ever getting a council house. We've 70,000 families in serious mortgage distress, and we have a whole generation of young people who really at this moment have no prospect of ever being able to afford a home of their own or even being able to pay the extortionate rents that are out there in the private rental market. And faced with that emergency, and following the enormous demonstration that happened last week, you would think that this government would have done something dramatic and radical to address that crisis and their own policy failures in the area of housing, but you've done nothing. Nothing. And I mean nothing. You can spin the figures as much as you like, but actually, if you just parse what the Minister said, he hasn't broken one iota from the failed Rebuilding Ireland plan. In the Rebuilding Ireland plan, for 2019, we are promised 9,540 new social housing units. Not even all of those are council housing. And do you know what the Minister said today? That figure, that dismal figure, is going to 10,000. So it's going to increase by 460, the target. But is the target even going to be met? The dismal target is going to increase by 460, but then you look at how you're doing on the 218 target and you discover that in all 4 Dublin County Councils in the first 6 months of this year, you've delivered a grand total of 203 council houses. 16 in Dublin. There's 20,000 families on the list in Dublin, and you've delivered 16 houses in Dublin City. There's 40,000 people on the housing list in the 4 Dublin counties, and you've delivered 203 council houses, which is not even close to your target, which in and of itself is a dismal target that won't even scratch the surface of a situation where we've 144,000 families on the housing list. It's pathetic. It's an insult to the people in emergency accommodation, to the children whose lives are being wrecked by the housing crisis. You have not acknowledged at all that Rebuilding Ireland is a failure. But what you have done is given an additional €121 million in HAP payments to private landlords who are creaming in the profits on the backs of the misery of those who are suffering from the housing crisis. And to add insult to injury, you then want to give them more tax relief on the monies they borrow to buy into the private rental sector, which is just shocking in the extreme. You're going to give them a tax break to either buy property to rent into this disastrous rental market or to refurbish, which, by the way, and nobody has said this, is going to incentivise the evictions that we have already seen by landlords exploiting the loopholes in the Residential Tenancies Act, because they will get tax breaks if they do the refurbishments, which then justify them evicting tenants. That has been one of the major reasons tenants are being evicted, is so-called substantial refurbishments, and now you are going to incentivise them to do that and provide them with the justification to evict more people. It's unbelievable. And I'm not sure if you were following the case out in Sandyford that I was involved in during the week, Minister, of how these loopholes are being exploited by the people you set up, Iris Reid, who you invited in, who are now the biggest corporate landlord, bought property at a song from NAMA, and this week attempted to exploit another loophole you left in the legislation to increase the rents of people in Sandyford and Beacon South Quarter by 25 to 35%, from an average rent of $2,200 up to $2,800. When I went up there and met those residents, I couldn't even believe they were paying $2,200. I was shocked at that. Who can afford $2,200? And Iris Reid was looking for it to go up to $2,800, and you have allowed a tax loophole that would allow that to happen. Now, because of the bad publicity, and because we jumped up and down here about it, the next day, and it shows you that people power works, Iris Reid phoned all those people and said, actually, we're going to withdraw the rent increases, but the loophole is still there. And now you're creating an incentive to exploit another one of the loopholes. It's unbelievable. It's shocking in the extreme that you're doing it. So your targets are dismal, and the additional money that you've allocated is pathetic compared to the problem, but it won't even deliver any substantial number of extra units next year faced with that crisis. So you're sticking to the Rebuild in Ireland plan, which has failed and failed disastrously. And that is a grim prospect, to be honest, Minister. That is a grim prospect for the people in homeless accommodation, emergency accommodation, and the families waiting, in my area now, up to 20 years on the housing list. And you know, I mean, this year there was a slight increase in the amount of council housing in our area, but next year there's not even the planning in that could produce more than 8 units in Dún Laoghaire-Rathdown in the following year. So even these targets, which you never meet, which are dismal, will not actually be delivered. It really is grim. And then you have this affordable housing scheme. Again, it's an absolute joke. An absolute joke. Because of the 10 years that you stopped building, we need 35,000 housing units built a year to even deal with the demand for housing that's going to develop over the next number of years. 35,000 units, right? Yous are planning to build next year under Rebuilding Ireland, 6,000 directly, and then under this affordable scheme, 2,000, which actually won't be next year, but they'll be the year after. 2,000 affordable housing units against a demand for 35,000, plus the 6 or 7, right, is not even a third of the requirement. So you're relying on the private sector to deliver the rest, who A, we know are hoarding and speculating and not building in the numbers that are required, but in any event, what they are building is completely unaffordable. But even this miserable drop in the ocean of an affordable scheme of 2,000 units per year starting the year after next won't even be affordable in the areas where the housing crisis is most acute. Because a 40% discount on the market rate in areas like South Dublin or North Dublin, where property prices are now off the charts, mean that they will not be affordable. The affordable houses will not be affordable for people on lower and middle earnings and incomes. And that conundrum is also the reason why a lot of the public land, which we should be building on, why nothing is moving. Every single local authority in the Dublin area is bogged down at the moment in interminable arguments about how you get the balance between public, private, affordable, council. There's big rows, going on, so nothing is moving, and insofar as anything is moving, your councillors in South Dublin, in Dunleary and elsewhere are actually arguing for the sale of public land. That's what yous are doing. So all this spoof about public and affordable housing, but yesterday in South Dublin, Fine Gael councillors voting to sell off 70% of publicly owned land to the private sector. In Dunleary, last night, our councillors put a motion opposing the sale of land that was designated for the last 10 years for traveller accommodation, up near Stillorgan, put a motion saying it should not be sold, also put a motion saying public land in George's Place in Dunleary should not be sold. Fine Gael councillors and Fianna Fáil councillors said we should sell it. We should sell it. Right? Selling off land that was designated for traveller accommodation to the private developers. So it's just spoof that you're going to deliver public and affordable housing. You're busy privatising and using the crisis to privatise as an excuse to privatise public land to benefit your landlord friends and the vulture funds and the corporate landlords that you invited in here. And then, as if all of that isn't a big enough insult, you've done nothing about the tax loopholes that you created, which mean they will pay no tax on the rental income and the capital gains they're making. I mean, this really is a scandal, and I'm going to keep jumping up and down about it until somebody investigates it. For the last 3 years, I have been putting in questions asking how much tax is foregone to the Section 1110 tax relief that has been given to all the vulture funds and asset management corporate landlords that you brought in after 2012. We can't get an answer, Count Corla. Now, to me, that is a scandal. Billions, billions in tax reliefs are going to these Iris REIT, to Kennedy Wilson, to Lone Star, and when you ask the Minister for Finance how much is it costing the state, they don't know. They don't know. They will not give an answer. It's unbelievable. But that is the money. If they were paying their taxes, that we could actually be investing in building the public and affordable housing. And by the way, I have to say a word about Fianna Fáil here on this, right? Fianna Fáil last week supported the motion of the Raise the Roof campaign, which called for an additional €1 billion minimum in investment in the direct construction of public and affordable housing on public land. In this budget, which you are now apparently going to allow pass, there is less than quarter of that. Less than quarter of it. Okay? So it's not even going to scratch the surface. You've already done a U-turn on the commitment that was made in front of the country last week. Now that is undemocratic. It is an absolutely unbelievable betrayal of the people who came out in the street last week, and far more importantly, an unbelievable betrayal of the people who are being engulfed by this social emergency, which is the housing crisis. It's shocking. Shocking, but not terribly surprising. In the area of health, okay? Yes, you plugged the overrun with additional funds from windfall receipts in the corporate tax area, and yes, you put an extra $1 billion into health, which at least is going some way towards addressing the crisis. And obviously I welcome the additional funding in the areas of mental health and so on. But Minister, there's a big problem with all this. Okay? The mental health budget, which we need additional funding in, first of all, it's less than what mental health reform asked for. It's still significantly lower a percentage of the health budget than is the average across Europe, 8% rather than the 12% that is needed. But the critical problem is that even if you allocate this money, if you can't get the staff in mental health services, if you can't get the nurses to work in the A&E units and in the hospitals, it's not going to make any difference. This is the problem. This is why we can't open the beds. This is why CAMHS is not functioning. Is because we can't get the staff to work in the health service because you won't pay them properly. You won't pay them. And your budget has done nothing to address that. That the nurses, do you know how much the average nurse is going to get, Count Corla, as a result of the taxation changes? When you strip out what was given back in the already committed, which is miserable, right, isn't full pay restoration, isn't the abolition of FEMPI, isn't the re-establishment of pay equality, which was asked for, but in the actual budget, do you know how much the average nurse gets on a starting pay? 71 cents a week. 71 cents a week for the starting nurse. Wow, that's some incentive to stop the nurses leaving this country, who won't go and work in our health service because the wages are not sufficient to put a roof over their head, and in any event there's chaos in the public health system. That's going to change nothing. We are not going to get the level of recruitment, and you can say the same, by the way, about education. So we've got a real problem in recruiting people into the health service to create the capacity, because at the end of the day, the health service is mostly about human beings working in it, nurses and doctors. And if you don't have them, you can allocate the money and it doesn't make any difference. Right? So we've got to pay the nurses and the other healthcare workers to come back and work in the system, and you have not done that in this budget. Because you are still trying to exploit the financial emergency. And isn't it incredible, right? No emergency for housing, but you're still extending the emergency which allows you to slash the pay of public sector workers. The longest emergency legislation in the history of the state. And this is after the emergency was declared over, the financial emergency was declared over about history of the world, perhaps. Possibly the history of the world, indeed. Emergency legislation in an economy that is recording record growth rates, where you're boasting about the level of economic growth, where corporate profits have doubled since you came into power, from 77 billion to 144 billion, doubled in that period. So some people are doing extremely well in the Irish economy, Count Corla, but still it appears we need emergency legislation to keep the pay of public sector workers down. It's outrageous. But the problem is, not just is it unfair on those workers, but unless you address that inequality, that unfairness, you will not get the people to come back into particularly health or education and other key areas of the public service where we need them. And I'll give you a few other examples of the sort of miserable give back in this budget for ordinary working people. The single public servant on 25,000 will get an extra 51 cents. Whoopee. They'll be dancing in the aisles for that one, Minister. Wouldn't even get them a cup of coffee. A couple, one on an average industrial wage of 39,000, with a partner on 31,000, with 2 kids, struggling to pay the rent and childcare, will get a grand total of $3.50 per week. $3.50 per week. Just about a cup of coffee. That's what you're giving back to working people. Then we have education, right? And this is a very serious one. You've increased the capitation grant by 5% to schools, but that still leaves it at €22 less than it was in 2008 when we started to cut. When it was €200. So even with this 5% increase, bringing it up to $178.50 per pupil, it's still less than the 200 it was back in 2008. So much for the recovery there for our school children. And for the desperately needed funding we need. And of course, as a consequence, no move on pupil-staff ratios in our desperately overcrowded schools, which are some of the most overcrowded schools in the Western world. But one of the biggest failures in this budget is in the area of third level education. And here it's really quite shocking. I mean, we've just had reports that our universities are tumbling again this year in the world rankings in universities. And you boast that you're going to have 15,000 more places in higher education and FEs, 3,500 additional places in undergrad education, sounds good, 18,500 extra people going into higher level education. Now you would think, Count Corla, wouldn't you, that that would require a bit of additional funding. Do you know how much additional funding is going into higher education? 1%. 1%. €13 million more than was allocated last year. and that is supposed to cover 18,500 additional students in third level education. So that means, in actuality, the amount of money going in per student into further education and third level education is going to drop, and drop significantly, in a situation where already there is a crisis in investment and funding in third level education, and we are tumbling down the world rankings in universities and higher education. That's a serious problem. Right? And you don't have to be a socialist or a radical to understand what that means for the future capacity of this country to develop a sustainable economy, or indeed to withstand the inevitable shocks that we could face. Public transport and climate change. We get a report this week saying the climate crisis is even worse than the worst imaginings that we had previously. Ireland is one of the worst performers in trying to address climate change, not meeting its climate change targets, and is going to face hundreds of millions of euros in fines in the next few years because of its failure to meet its emission targets. And what do we get in the budget? Next to nothing. Next to nothing. One thing I will concede, and this is something we've been campaigning very strongly for the last 5 years, is some extra money in the area of forestry. And I'll acknowledge that. I'm glad that's happening. But I will say this, if it's not linked to breaking from the current industrial model of forestry and the monocultural model of the Sitka spruce, it won't deal with the environmental problems. In fact, it will cause as many environmental problems as it will solve. We need to link any additional funding in forestry to the development of native and broadleaf species, not to the monocultural industrial model, which is actually damaging the environment. The extra money is welcome, but we need a radical change in policy. But in the key area where you could actually do something to address emissions in this country, it is in the question of public transport. And there is nothing radical or changing there. In fact, Minister, even with the small bit of additional funding, as very, very small, there will be less subsidies going into the bus system than there was back in 2008 when the cuts started. Significantly less. And with all this Bus Connects plan, no serious investment in additional bus capacity, which just means, as we saw with the Bus Connects plan, robbing Peter to pay Paul, taking bus routes out of one area in order to put them on more profitable routes in another area, but not actually increasing the capacity of the bus service, and nothing radical to encourage people to get out of their cars. In fact, more people will have to get into their cars if that Bus Connect plan goes ahead, because in certain areas they're going to lose those public service routes, particularly where the elderly and less mobile are. They'll have to get into cars to get to St. in our area to get to St. Vincent's Hospital, because there will be no direct route to St. Vincent's Hospital. They'll have to get on 2 buses and then walk a hell of a lot further than they originally would have got with the direct bus. So they're going to have to get into cars. But what you could have done, which we proposed, and is being done in other countries, in Estonia they have now done this, is make public transport free. Make public transport free. Which would cost €580 million, but by God, that would be a good investment, and that would cut CO2 emissions. And if you add to that, bring up public transport subsidies to EU levels, so we increase the bus fleet by about 500, or indeed even better, by about 1,000 buses, then you would have a public transport system that people would use and would make an actual difference to congestion and make an actual difference to CO2 emissions. Social welfare and dealing with the most vulnerable in our society. And again, it's a dismal picture. Back to school allowance, small increase, still would be less than it was in 2008. 10 years on, we're still giving less to poor and vulnerable and less well-off families who are crucified with the cost of sending kids back at this time of the year to school. The back to school allowance was always inadequate, but you're still going to be giving people less than they had in 2008 when all the cuts started. In the area of teenage poverty, Obviously, you've done nothing about the apartheid under 26 half rate for young job seekers, but also in terms of qualified child allowances. Very, very small increases, but the Vincentians and St Vincent de Paul and all of those groups saying it's not nearly enough to deal with child poverty and cover the cost for lower income families of bringing up children. Child benefit, still below 2008 levels by a very significant margin. One child, still €26 less than it was in 2008. 2 children, still €52 less than it was in 2008. 3 children, €115 less than it was in 2008. The income disregard for single parents, who are one of the most, if you like, disadvantaged groups in Irish society, the income disregard is still less than it was when the income disregard was introduced 21 years ago in 1997. So still no restoration in terms of the cuts that were visited on lone parents. And I'll just conclude, Ceann Comhairle, on this. You see, you could say, well, that's a catalogue of this budget's failure to address the serious issues of a housing crisis, of a crumbling health service, of galloping away climate change, of a crisis in education, inequality and deprivation in our society. You might forgive all that if there wasn't the money to address it, if there just wasn't the money to go around. But you see, the dirty, great secret of the Irish economic story is that over the last 10 years, the profits and wealth of the rich in this country have gone through the stratosphere. Through the stratosphere. And that's not an exaggeration. Corporate profits in 2012 were $74 billion. Corporate profits today are $158 billion, more than double. But their effective corporate, tax rate is actually less. Than it was in 2008. Why? Because of a myriad of tax loopholes, deductions and allowances that you allow to the property speculators, to the corporate sector, amounting to, in the latest available figures, €87 billion in loopholes in a single year. So pre-tax profits are $158 billion, but then there's $87 billion of loopholes, bringing the taxable income down to taxable profits down to $71 million, letting these people away with murder. And Minister, this isn't just us saying this anymore. We've been saying it for 10 years. But the Controller and Auditor General confirmed this in his report in the last couple of weeks, where he actually identified $216 billion worth of allowances, deductions and losses forward that are being utilised by the corporate sector to avoid paying taxes. And he also pointed out that some of the richest people in Irish society, high net worth individuals, are paying less tax per year, 90 of them less tax per year, than the average industrial worker. It's shameful. It's absolutely shameful, but it's because of this myriad of deductions and loopholes that benefit the rich. Household wealth in Ireland, although the vast majority of people wouldn't know that, has gone to staggering levels. Unprecedented levels of wealth. $727 billion is now the total national household wealth in this country, which would amount to over $600,000 per household in the country. But do most households have anything even close to that? Of course they don't. Why not? Because even the government's own figures, the Department of Finance, show that 53% of all that wealth I've just described is in the hands of less than 10% of the population. That's the problem. And your refusal to tax these people, to make them pay a fair share, just a fair share, to make them pay their 12.5% corporate tax rate, if you just did that, you'd raise an extra €7 billion. An extra $7 billion if you just enforce the 12.5% rate. You can't even give us a costing on the financial transaction tax. I've also asked that for the last 3 years. The Department of Finance will not tell us what the EU's proposal for a financial transaction tax would generate in Ireland. But what we do know is there's about $2 trillion of exchanges, if you like, worth going through the Irish Financial Services Centre. And we can't get a figure on what an FTT would generate. So that's what's going on. That's the dirty secret. While you fail to address the dire, shameful housing emergency, a crumbling health service, a crisis in education, runaway climate change, deep inequality in Irish society, you throw a few crumbs at that, and the rich and the property speculators and the REITs and the asset management companies run away with the cake. Run away with the cake, because you handed them the whole bakery. It's really, really shameful, and our society is going to pay a deep price. And the only answer is the sort of answer we saw on the streets last week. But one thing I can say as an optimistic note, that movement, which we saw born on the streets last week, is gearing up for the next phase of resistance against the shameful failure of this government to deal with the real problems faced by Irish society.
Thanks, Count Corley. We are in the middle of the greatest housing crisis in generations. We have 10,000 people officially homeless, despite all the efforts of the government to keep the figures artificially low. You have over 100,000 people on housing waiting lists, with 500,000 young people stuck in their parents' houses because of being unable to afford rent. You have hundreds of thousands more faced with rent that is completely out of control, and hundreds of thousands more than that again unable to buy their first home. You wouldn't know any of that to listen to Minister Donoghue. He told us with pride at 1 o'clock this afternoon that, quote, in the last 12 months, 5,000 households have exited homelessness. What he neglected to tell us is that more than 5,000 households in the same period proposed by Fine Gael and what will be agreed by Fianna Fáil, despite all their empty calls for this to be a housing budget, is we have a landlord's budget. We have a landlord's budget presented by a landlord's minister on behalf of a landlord's government, with more tax reliefs for landlords who are making unprecedented profits, the highest in the EU, with more HAP money being shovelled in the direction of the landlords, and the government simply repackaging the same old Rebuilding Ireland promises and figures one more time. Minister Eoin Murphy, in the debate last week, reassured us that he had no ideological position on housing. And then a week later, we have a budget that absolutely confirms that the ideological position of the government, of those that Minister Halligan is in government with, Fine Gael, the Independents and so on, have an ideological position. It's a right-wing ideological position. It's a free market ideological position. It's a neoliberal ideological position. And it's an ideological position which chimes with the material interests of those who support Fine Gael, the landlords and the developers. And what we know from the budget, of course, is that that ideological position doesn't exist in a vacuum just on the issue of housing. It relates to their entire view of how the economy should be run. And that view of how the economy should be run, those neoliberal policies carried out in the years of crisis and carried out in the years of supposed recovery, have resulted in a society with entrenched, deep inequality, where there has been a very substantial recovery for the tops, for the top 300 people who have doubled their personal wealth over the last number of years, for the corporations who have doubled their profits over the last number of years. but where the consequence, in the context of workers' wages being barely at the point that they were now pre-crisis, is that the wealth has funneled upwards at an unprecedented rate, and where 10% of the population now control 54% of the net wealth, leaving just 5% for the bottom 50%. A shift in society from wages to profits, with workers' wages falling as a percentage of GDP from 53% in 2008 to 40% at the now. And this is a budget to entrench that neoliberal model and that inequality which flows from it. We have a budget here which is a budget for fiddling while the whole world burns, with effectively nothing to say on the key issue of climate change, where yesterday's IPCC report, which has the whole world talking about the fact that we have 12 years to turn the situation around to avoid hitting 1.5 degrees. It doesn't seem to have performed any wake-up service for the government whatsoever. It's a budget for the continuation of discrimination and mistreatment of young people, of students, of young workers, and of the young unemployed. It's a budget which, in terms of taxation, gives less than a fiver to an average worker and then turns a very encouraging blind eye to the multinationals to continue their tax avoidance on a massive, massive scale while the government pretends to be doing something about it, but the figures demonstrate that's not the case. There was an alternative, there is an alternative, but it's based on the implementation of radically different policies than those of the government. It's based on the implementation of socialist policies to use the resources that exist in our society to tackle the housing emergency now, to invest in public services, and to use public investment and democratic public ownership to sustainably develop economically and environmentally our economy. But right-wing parties and the big parties in this Dáil are never going to implement such a programme. It requires a mass movement outside the Dáil and the building of a mass socialist left. And last week, I thought, was a very important moment, with 10,000 people midweek on the streets for the Raise the Roof protest. Apparently, it wasn't just the left which saw the significance of that protest. It was reported by various journalists that the right-wing TDs in here were worried that it seemed it wasn't just the usual suspects out protesting. Well, if you create a situation where most of the population are affected by a housing crisis, be prepared that they are going to, at a certain stage, have had enough, and they're going to mobilise to try to say that they need policies to resolve that crisis. But I would also say now to the government that if you thought that was bad last Wednesday, that this budget is a red rag to a bull in terms of the housing movement that is now developing, because this budget shows that the government has no intention of taking the action that is necessary to deal with the housing crisis. This budget, and Fianna Fáil's effective agreement to it, indicates that Fianna Fáil's vote last week for a motion was a joke, that they never meant it, and that they share the same viewpoint of Fine Gael. And so be prepared. A Saturday, it was so dishonest of Fianna Fáil to vote for a motion last week calling for an increase at a minimum of €1 billion to be spent on housing in this budget, and then to come in the next week and to agree with Fine Gael a budget which doesn't contain anything like that. And so be prepared for a massive Saturday protest to take place in the coming weeks, a protest that will have as its target the government but also Fianna Fáil, who together in reality make up the majority for this government, and the Independent Alliance, of course, and we wouldn't let you away with that. But also be prepared for a new wave of housing occupations, as the activists involved in Take Back the City and those inspired by it, which have given new impetus to the housing movement that we saw with 10,000 out on the streets, again take action to highlight the vacant housing and the resources that exist in our society that are not being used. That's what's necessary. And it's necessary because the position from the government and Fianna Fáil on housing is absolutely clear from this budget. You remain completely wedded to the idea of incentivising the private market to provide housing. A massive transfer of wealth to private landlords through HAP, an additional $120 million provided for in this budget. That's the equivalent of 700 public homes on public land every single year. The extra costs of, and the government likes to pretend that they're prudent and so on and gives out that we're not prudent, but the incredible extra costs of pursuing such an ideological approach, a right-wing ideological approach to the delivery of housing, of just paying landlords and then saying that people's housing needs are met and saying that of the 70,000 social housing that they're talking about, 50,000 of it in reality is just paying private landlords. But the extra cost is absolutely incredible. The figures provided by drawn from Mel Reynolds' research, and Rory Hearn did work on it, showed that providing 120,000 social housing units through HAP would be €33 billion more expensive than direct local authority provision over a 30-year period. $1 billion a year being wasted, but not just being thrown away nowhere, being transferred to these private landlords. So 120 million extra in HAP, and then €18 million extra in the mortgage interest relief, a total of 120 million. They're again equivalent to 700 public homes on public land. And exactly as Deputy Boyd Barrett pointed out, that this money is available in respect of loans used to purchase, improve or repair their residential property. And anyone who has been in rental accommodation and suffered the disastrous situation of being kicked out of their rental property, in reality so a landlord can hike up the rent, but under the guise of substantial renovations in order to do it, will be absolutely sickened to know that their money, public money, is going to incentivise landlords, it's going to pay them to go and do precisely that, to say that they're doing renovations, to borrow to do renovations, then for the public to pay for those renovations effectively, and then people find themselves homeless yet again. Your approach is not to say that there should be rent controls in a situation where you have a 7% rental yield, double that of Germany or the UK. No. The approach of the government is to shovel yet more money in the direction of the landlords. And even by the most optimistic, most generous interpretation in terms of the figures being put forward in terms of the building of social housing, at very most you're talking about an increase of 5%. An increase of 5% when we have this massive crisis, and as has been pointed out, all of the previous targets in any case have been missed, and so we have very serious questions over whether they would be hit this time. There's an attempt to outsource responsibility for housing, to effectively privatise what is deemed to be social housing in terms of the use of HAP and so on, but also to outsource responsibility to the local authorities and to say to the local authorities, well, they just simply need to build the houses. Well, Minister, I sat in the gallery in South Dublin County Council yesterday. Minister Coveney came out to that council about 2 years ago and he said, money's no object to building social housing. But yesterday, Fine Gael councillors, Fianna Fáil councillors, Labour councillors voted together to effectively privatise 70% of public council land at Kilcarbery. Land that could have provided close to 1,000 social and genuinely affordable homes, instead only providing 300. So your parties bear responsibility for this, centrally, but also locally. The answer to the housing crisis is simple. And you simply cannot say anymore, oh well, it can't be done overnight, or oh well, it can't be done in 7 years. Because you're refusing now to even implement plans that would have an impact in 3 or 4 years' time. So it's not a question of, oh, we can't magic up houses overnight, because you're refusing to invest even now, even at this extremely late stage, in building the homes that are necessary, in building 20,000 new public and affordable homes a year over 5 years to deliver 100,000 new homes to resolve the crisis. And you refuse to do it precisely because of your ideological and material commitment to the market and those who benefit from the market. The Rainy Day Fund, I think, has been a subject of an amount of discussion out there. This is obviously the 3rd year that it's featured in the budget. But each year it comes, it's more and more of a sick joke, because there is a tidal wave of homelessness out there. There is a flood of social problems. It is a monsoon season in terms of inequality. And yet the government doesn't hear, doesn't listen, doesn't want to know about any of that. Instead, they want to put away an additional €500 million this year. It just demonstrates how utterly out of touch you are. But we should also remind everybody what the Rainy Day Fund actually is. Because the EU fiscal rules means that the Rainy Day Fund will not be able to be spent on public services. The only circumstances in which the EU fiscal rules will allow this extra money to be spent that isn't coming in state revenue is in the case of